Good morning to you all. We can open this session, the second day of this training event of this Congress. Yesterday, frankly speaking, we had a very interesting day. We really appreciated not only the international character of the event, but also its multidisciplinary character. So we heard not only the voices and the opinions of lawyers, but also the ones of other players, both institutional ones and others. This is an important added value. Now I give the floor to the panel because I have been told that I talk too much since I'm a lawyer, so I just welcome you and I introduce this morning panel. The topic today is a very interesting and important one. That is to say, AI and environment, sustainability, and then our speakers will go into details. These are key subjects for us since we care about environment, about sustainability, and we think that it must go hand in hand with a market economy, with economic growth. There is a wide debate about these topics. Nowadays, AI joined strongly this debate, and now I give the floor to our speakers, and I wish you a fruitful day as usual. Thank you very much. So good morning to you all. Welcome. This is the second day. I don't know whether you were here yesterday or not, but it has been a great day. It was a great day. Yesterday I talked too much, so today I just want to introduce our speakers. As our chairman said, today's topic is environment. Yesterday we talked about rare earths, but environment also includes water, and Roberto and Sebastian will tell us that servers by now, as data servers, are trying to optimize this resource. So the situation is improving, but according to figures, there is a consumption of 50 million cubic meter of water for next year. That is equal to 10-15% of Garda Lake. So it's a huge amount of water that is going to be consumed. Then there is the energy-related problem. It is not just a matter of lack of energy. Last spring, Bill Gates and Sam Altman went to the San Francisco's mayor telling that they need a lot of energy, otherwise we have to shut down servers responsible of calculation on AI. The mayor didn't accept. So, I mean, they decided to rent a nuclear center. So we are talking about meta-territorial dimensions that go behind the human understanding. In Europe, no one can afford to rent a nuclear power center for 10 years, a power plant. So Roberto and Sebastian in particular will go into details as far as this topic is concerned. So I give the floor to Roberto Loro, first of all. He represents ICT Network. He is responsible for digital issues. He is based in Trentino region. We have hypergenic cells in Trentino, in Val di Non, which is a valley, they decided to place tons and tons of apples there at a specific temperature. So in this case, we save in terms of air conditioning. Roberto and other research foundations and the university decided to include servers to this project, and now he's going to tell us something more. It's very interesting, this work with these cells and apples and servers. So thank you, Roberto. The floor is yours. Okay, we're going to have a apple cake made digitally, the strudel. Our strudel will be digital. I don't know. Maybe not. So, good morning. Good morning to you all. I do agree with what the chairman said. This two-day event has been really interesting, and it has been a multidisciplinary event. It is very difficult to combine different points of view concerning very complex themes in a global way. And this is particularly difficult when we have to deal with topics that need a holistic approach given its complexity. AI is one of these topics. Probably we are used to consider AI and digital world as a whole as something intangible that works, that gives us services, but behind any action, any click, there is a physical world. A world with its own dimension. It is interesting to know some elements of this dimension. Today, for AI, globally, we think that the energy consumption is equal 60 terabar per year. It corresponds to Switzerland. So today, AI consumption is equal to the consumption of Switzerland, which is a small country, but it represents a very accelerated phenomenon. We have some evaluations that project the AI consumption to 2030 up to 500 terabytes, equal to the France consumption. So you can see the quickness of this change. I mean, it's a very quick shift, and we need this amount of energy if we want to evolve, to develop. So in the digital world, AI is an expanding phenomenon that is consuming an important quantity of resources. But AI is just a part, a portion of a digital world. Today, digital world implies anything that makes our economies, our lives work, together with the mobile phones, TV, sat, internet, and so on and so forth. So the dimension of this world is definitely bigger. At present, the global consumption is equal to 2,000 terabytes. That means that digital world, in order to work, consumes as much as India, plus, I mean, more than EU. So if we want to have anything digital to work, in 5-year time, we will consume much more than EU as a whole. So the digital world is based upon data center, the sites where we have calculators providing services. This year, in Ireland, which is one of the countries that invested a lot in order to build up data centers, the consumptions of data centers are higher than the ones of Dublin's population. So we have to consider that AI, but also the digital world as a whole, they are a new ecological player. They represent a new ecological player. Often we neglect it, we ignore it, because sometimes this rush is supported by markets, by new technologies, by growth, by expansions of models, and so on and so forth. And therefore, we tend to forget what is the real cost in environmental terms. In addition to infrastructures, there is also another aspect. When I was a university student, the calculators, the computers we had were less powerful than the mobile phones we have. Each line of codes you wrote had to be thought in order to compensate a lack of resources. So both codes and languages were optimized remarkably. Recently, we write softwares considering our resources as endless. So we have softwares that are very energy consuming. Languages, the ones we use right now because they're very suitable to AI, languages we use currently consumes 15 to 30 times more than what we did 30 years ago in order to do the same things. I mean, we do the same things with a much higher consumption. So we have an environmental issue related to the infrastructures, but also to the codes we use. That's why I think that, as I said, talking to Michele, I think that we should think about an environmental, an ecology related to digital world. We have to think, to consider digital world as a player with its own footprint. I mean, present PC and calculators are super green, it is true, but the growth of the digital world footprint is faster than each single element. So it is not possible to optimize at not if we do not consider the network as a whole. So the real challenge is to consider the digital world as a whole, as a set of codes we develop in order to assess and manage its ecological impact, its footprint. Then we have the use of it. Yesterday, we were talking about it. The generative AI model are very practical. If you want to know if a restaurant is open, it's much easier to use generative AI rather than to go and check on the restaurant site. So each request implies a generative AI, and that implies a consumption of resources which is definitely higher than Google. So if I ask, give me a poem like Dante, well, that corresponds to the evaporation of a bottle of water. So that bottle of water is not available anymore because of my request for a poem like Dante's one. GDP4 consumes 1 megawatt a day. Only that. It's a half of Lucca population. So think about that in global terms. The phenomenon dimensions and its and the speed they evolve, well, we have to think about it because of that. I mean, we have to think about the fact that these facilities, both tangible and intangible, have to be taken into account considering their impacts as well. But we also have to consider that our use should be more responsible. But I am among those who use AI to check the opening hours of the restaurant, sorry. And any time I say, well, this is my last time, and then tomorrow I won't use it. But it's very difficult because these tools makes you be lazy, very lazy. Do we really need to know that information in 2 seconds rather than in 10 seconds? This is just an example, but I mean, there is an issue related to footprint, related to the fact that technologies are both tangible and intangible, such as codes, and they have to be optimized as a set. But on the other hand, the use we make of them should be more aware. If we start to teach at schools, at university, a digital awareness, well, maybe that would be the case. I mean, the same applies to safety. Safety implies awareness, no doubt. But also the ecological footprint of the digital world implies awareness. In Trentino region, as Michele said, we are concluding a unique project. The first data center realized built up into an active mine where we have apples, wine, cheese that are protected at a constant temperature. It is a project we have carried out with private players of the region and the University of Trento and the Bruno Klessler Foundation. There you find unique characteristics. At the beginning, that project concerned data centers and data sustainability, starting from the fact that a mine is an empty space. So you use a waste, let's say, to use it. And that is the starting point for a sustainability chain. This data center optimizes environmental factors that are unique, so the energy consumption is low. But the real challenge, and I do not know whether we are going to succeed in that, but the real challenge is to work on the software together with the university and the Bruno Kessler Foundation. We want to teach the way to write a code language which is aware of the environmental impact. In this way, the whole digital world which is developed and which works there can be aware from the ecological point of view. And possibly we would like to optimize this footprint. It's a challenge. We're going to make a try. And that implies also an economic sustainability. But it's a challenge. It's a challenge. And in an ocean of gigafactory consumption, announcements, hyper consumers, hyper PC, and so on and so forth, in such a scenario, we wanted to think about an option. We want to check whether it is possible to have a digital world which is aware, optimizing the ecological footprint. We're going to make a try together with the university and the foundation.
Grazie Roberto.
Thank you, Roberto. So we are all guilty.
Non so se qualcuno non si sente.
We are all guilty. I don't know whether you don't feel so. I mean, even those who do not use AI, but if you watch a movie on Netflix, well, that corresponds to drive for 45 minutes with a car. I just want to make a metaphor. Since our background is the beginning of internet, future, freedom, and so on and so forth. But today, the way we use digital elements is equal to have a chef making risotto in Italy and having the risotto being tasted by a chef in Paris all the time. And the digital is following the same pathway. That's why we are guilt when we watch Netflix. Now we should give the floor to Sebastian Lehuede. I don't know whether he is connected, whether he is online or not. We can't hear.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sebastian, can you hear us?
Where are you from?
Okay.
Sebastian?
Well, hi, I am in London right now. This is where I live and I work, but I am originally from Chile in South America.
From Chile. Okay.
Yeah, which is what I'm going to be presenting today, my case studies.
Thanks, Sebastian. Allora, Sebastian Lehuede is a lecturer in ethics,
So,
AI, and society.
Sebastian Lehuede is senior lecturer in
at King's College of London. Today his talk will be on the sustainability of AI, correct? With a focus on the experience of affected community. Thanks.
Thank you, Michele, and thank you, Roberto, as well for your talk. I think what I'm going to be presenting now is going to complement very well some of the things that Roberto was mentioning. It's great that Roberto introduced some high-level kind of estimates of AI, their environmental impact, because in my brief presentation, I'm going to be talking about its impact kind of on the ground, how it feels from the perspective of communities living close to data centers or affected by the mining required to build intelligent devices. So I'm not going to giving you quantitative estimates, but I'm going to be focusing on the lived experience of affected communities, as Michele said. I'm going to present two case studies, both of them from Chile, in 15 minutes, which is a sort of a challenge. So I won't be able to go very much in depth on each of them, but happy to discuss further if you have any question after my talk. So the title of my presentation is Grassroots Resistance Within the Value Chain of AI. And by focusing on these communities, I want to shift a little bit the discussion from sustainability towards environmental justice, right? Questions of who gets more affected, whose voices we get to hear in the debate, and so on and so forth. Another consideration is that last year I published an academic article about this topic, which has more theory, more concept in case you're interested. But I thought today would be more interesting for you to focus on the case studies, on the stories from the field, so to speak, rather than the more kind of conceptual debate around this topic. So I usually begin my presentations with this image because if you look up on Google or any search engine artificial intelligence, you will see a lot of this. This kind of blue brains floating in a sort of ether, interconnected wires from different sides. Because to some extent, this is the dominant image that we have about AI, which is quite problematic. As Roberto was saying, AI is not abstract, is not immaterial, but quite the opposite, right? It requires a lot of resources, including energy, water, minerals, carbon emissions, and so on. So this is a quite problematic representation, but it's quite popular. So this is something we need to start confronting because it's not helpful for the debate. In practice, however, the resources required by AI come from different countries of the world, different regions of the world. And that's something that most of the time we tend to forget when we discuss about the regulation or governance of AI. So it's true, most of the companies are concentrated in the US and China, but these companies have a very vast and complex value chain that involves Africa, Latin America, Asia, and so on. This is where many of the resources like minerals, for example, employed by AI come from. This is where most of the waste coming from intelligent devices also go towards, and so on. I really like this image by Coding Right, which is a Brazilian NGO about, this is about the internet, not AI, but I think it represents pretty well the global dimension of digital technologies and their material infrastructure and value chain. Um, so this is an important consideration, and I'm glad that Roberto already kind of introduced a little bit some of the most problematic nodes of this value chain, including, for example, data centers. So the question I've been trying to follow in my research is what can affected communities teach us about AI and sustainability? What kind of alternative approach we can learn from them? Because so far, most of the debates when either academics or the media refer to these groups, they tend to portray them as mere victims, right? As you know, the most affected ones. But as I will show, these communities are organizing, mobilizing, learning about AI in different ways, and actually, in some cases, having quite good results or quite impactful results because of their work. So the two case studies I'm going to present, as I said, come from Chile. One of them concerns a Google data center project in Santiago, the capital of the country. And the other one is a bit farther in the north, in the Atacama Desert, in Licanantai Indigenous Territory, where lithium is being mined by mining companies. And what I'm going to be talking, it's based on in-depth interviews and workshops I've been organizing with these communities since 2022 to this day. So the first case is this Google data center in Santiago. So as you can see already in the two images on the left, in the top photo, you can see the government holding a meeting with representatives of Google. And at the bottom, you can see a group with a banner in the background that says, "No data center Google." So I like beginning with these two images to present the contrast between the relationship that the government, the Chilean government, has with Google and the way this specific community mobilized against this Google project. So the good, so to speak, relationship between the Chilean government and Google has been maintained by both left-wing and right-wing governments. So it's something that's kind of a state policy, so to speak. So this story started back in 2019 when Google announced the construction of a data center in Cerrillos, which is a working class industrial area in the periphery of Santiago. There were already other kind of industries and factories constructed in that area. So this was initially one among other projects. And what is interesting is that at the beginning, the neighbors and the mayor of this community were quite excited about this project. They thought that eventually it could transform Cerrillos into a pole of innovation, maybe attract more innovation, other technology companies, and so on. They were not very clear on what exactly was a data center, but initially they thought they felt proud actually that Google had chosen them to build their data center in Chile. However, within Cerrillos, this community, there were some people who had participated in activism in the past, different kind of mobilizations against highway projects and so on. So they kind of knew that when project sounds too good, it's good to have a critical eye on them. So what they did, basically, some concerned neighbors, residents, is that they downloaded the environmental declaration by Google and studied it. They actually showed to me that how they printed these hundreds of pages containing information, environmental information about the project, and how they circulated this environmental report among the community to try to find out, to understand more about this project. Of course, it was very difficult. They didn't have the technical language. They didn't understand many of the things that were being said in this environmental report. Yet they did find one important figure, one number that they considered worrying. The fact that this data center was going to use 169 liters of water per second. Just for you to have an idea, this meant that this Google data center project was going to use the same, in one day, the same amount of water that the entire Cerrillos communities will use in 1 year. What was worrying for them is that Cerrillos at that moment was facing a phenomenon that scientists and activists would call mega drought. So basically a drought without any kind of precedent in the area. This is not a coincidence. Many data center projects are being built in areas with drought, not only Latin America, but also in the US, in Europe, and so on. So this is very telling of something that's going on in the field of data centers. And well, I think Roberto already introduced the reason why data centers would use so much water or energy, which is basically because these data centers keep process under a 24/7 basis the data required to train AI models and to run AI applications as well. So that's why they are so energy consuming. So these concerned neighbors, they read this environmental declaration and they decided to act on it. So they created an organization called Mosacat, which stands for Communitarian Social Environmental Movement for Water and Territory. And they basically organized rallies, assemblies. They gave residents leaflets in different street markets. They put up some posters and so on. So they really organized. At some point, there was even a public consultation among different topics in Cerrillos, as this was one of the questions that they included, in which the majority of the residents voted against the project, although the consultation was non-binding. But this is just an example of how this community mobilized in order to oppose this project at the beginning. So something important is that over time also, they, after their more kind of hostile or aggressive activist moment, they also engaged in direct negotiations with Google. So they kind of toned down a little bit their activism and focus more on developing a good relationship with Google. But they had these two sides, right? Like these moments of like being super active and out against the project, and other ones where they kind of were more low key and more focused on negotiations. Most of their activism, as I said, focused around the topic of water. So that's very interesting because, as some of them told me, they could have chosen so many issues around this data center project, such as the amount of traffic that it would involve, the carbon emissions associated with it, and so on. But they considered that water could have more impact on residents because they were already aware of the drought situation that they were facing, the water crisis, so it would resonate better among them. And it was quite successful, as I said, because they actually won this public consultation. And something that's quite striking and makes this one of the few cases in the world that have managed to stop a project. So not actually stop, but to pause the project. So last year, Google announced that it was stalled the project. It's not clear whether it's going to continue with it or not, but they said that the project that they introduced in the environmental regulation system in Chile will be withdrawn. So at the moment, it's not clear whether this is continuing, but I see this announcement as a great achievement by this local community. There were some, I understand that you all come from the area of legal studies or law. We can discuss about this further because there were some law or some legal issues around the project. But I consider that the mobilization of this community was also key for the decision made by Google last year. I really like this graphic piece because it shows what the community tried to say for quite some time, which is basically that this is a toxic project. So you can see Google's logo with a skull in the background, trying to depict this kind of toxicity. You also see a water woman emerging, with which this community tried to also involve some feminist groups that were present in Cerrillos. And the slogan was not, about ownership. It was not about who owns the water, whether it's Google or the community. For them, it was all about freeing the water. So you can see a label in front of the water woman that says "Liberar el agua," which basically means free up the water. So this is not a discussion about ownership, but about letting the water to be free. Happy to discuss this further. Maybe you have heard about the idea of the rights of nature. So this kind of connects with that discourse to some extent. But that was the first case study. I don't have much time, but the second case study, which I think is very important to highlight because sometimes we forget the mineral layer of AI. This case study is lithium extraction in the Atacama Desert. So the reason why I'm including lithium is because the AI industry is a big consumer of lithium. It's not at all the most important consumer. Electric vehicles is actually the most important one. But lithium is in practice an important mineral used by the AI industry. And the reason for this is because all smart devices from mobile phones to actually data centers require lithium in order to store energy. Wireless batteries require lithium. And at the same time, lithium in the Atacama Desert and in other places is extracted by using AI. So that's a very interesting circularity because AI requires lithium, but also AI is used to extract lithium. Chile is at the moment the second largest producer or source of lithium worldwide after Australia. But there is one particularity in Chile as well as in Bolivia and Argentina when it comes to lithium, which is that it's super cheap to extract it from these countries. And the reason for that is because of the method that's used. So it's not rock mining as we are used to imagine, but rather how this is done is that lithium companies in the Atacama Desert, they pump water from underground brine pools, so basically pools of water that are under the ground. They pump this water to the surface, as you can see in the image on the top, and they create some kind of water pools on the desert. And they make this water evaporate through radiation from the sun, and then they collect the lithium that stays on the ground. So that's how they mine lithium. And this process, of course, is extremely water intensive in an area, in a dry area as a desert. One important consideration is that this water is not potable, is not drinkable water, but it's super important for the local ecology. So it's still quite harmful to use this amount of water. Another consideration for you in kind of more legal consideration, regulation consideration, is that this water is not considered water for Chilean regulation, but rather mineral. And the reason for that is because it contains a high amount of mineral and is not drinkable. So we actually don't know. If we ask me, for example, how much water is involved in building a data center which uses lithium, we don't know because the water coming from these underground sources is not considered. So that's an important thing to point out when it comes to lithium and the way we assess the environmental impact of AI. This situation is already having an important ecological toll in the area, affecting flora, fauna, and other kind of microbes that live in the desert. And these indigenous communities, they have a special relationship with water, which is, or puri, as they will say in their Kunza language, because of course these communities have survived in the desert for centuries to a great extent thanks to their unique relationship with water. And as in the case of the data center, they have also organized protests, walks, but at the same time, direct negotiations with lithium companies. Actually, some communities receive money from the profits generated by these lithium companies, which makes the situation quite complicated because they depend economically on these companies. This is a quote that I like because it stems from a COP meeting from back 2019, in COP meeting in Spain by a Licanantay leader who said, "We are leaving people without water. We're taking the water to the lithium operations to be able to have these electronic devices that we all enjoy nowadays. We will go to great lengths to show that our people today are close to extinction due to mining." I also like this quote because it mentioned extinction. So if you're familiar with the debate around AI, many people in Silicon Valley talk about how AI robots could eventually overcome human intelligence, take over society, and cause our extinction. So I like that what we're seeing here is a different claim or extinction claim coming from people affected by the value chain of artificial intelligence. So just to wrap up, what can we learn from these cases? First, big AI or big tech doesn't have total dominance. They're not the, they cannot do whatever they want to some extent. We saw how this local community in Santiago managed to stall the project, but corporate power is a crucial challenge for local communities. That's something that we have to keep in mind. Affected communities are more than victims. As I said at the beginning, they are shaping the evolution of AI. Even if the media or even us academics don't consider it, they are making important decisions with an impact on the AI industry. And they're also articulating, forging an alternative approach to AI, which is what I discussed in the article that I mentioned at the beginning. The social environmental harms are unique in each context and in some cases non-quantifiable. And in my opinion, happy to discuss this further, regulations such as data center policies should aim at empowering local communities, not the opposite, which is actually what's happening. If you look at data center policies, for example, they're giving central governments more and more power to define where to install them and not considering, for example, providing more information or transparency for local communities. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm happy to discuss further about this with you.
Thanks, Sebastian.
Lithium, Sebastian mentioned, is one of the 17 materials that EU considered, together with other rare elements, as essential ones. As we said yesterday, rare earths are scattered pretty evenly, except a few spots, but the environmental costs, the economic costs are very remarkable. And some countries are mining them. Others, fortunately, can't do that because of specific rules. This is a phenomenon which is not that far from Europe. Sebastian mentioned Latin American. Our ministry, I think this is mandatory for any province in Lucca as well, to avoid mining in order to check whether it is possible to mine rare earths in a not economic way, but a sustainable way. In Trentino, our Museum of Natural Sciences, MUSE, is in charge to do so. So there is a regulation at EU level that asks regions to check whether it is possible to perform such a mining in a environmental way, let's say. So in Italy, we also have these indications. So that implies a corning activity. So I believe that we should go for options for other resources rather than mining in such a way with a huge environmental impact. Chinese people are trying to do so. Last year, a paper issued on deep sea. So they try to decrease the calculation power, to decrease the consumption of water and energy. But we have to check because there are not many data, many scientific studies with this regard. And Russian people are doing the same. So we have Western storytelling and narration that is very powerful. I mean, they are telling us what they want to let us know. And then we have the Chinese narration, but we do not know the details. Now we give the floor to Silvia Corte. She's the reference person for the legal area. She is studying medical sciences with a specialization on AI to check whether it is reliable or not. And today she's here to share with us some projects she's working at together with the IFAB Foundation. Good morning. I want to thank the organizers for the kind invitation. I will share with you some positive examples of the way AI can be used to improve the environmental impact. some macro areas have been selected where AI proved to be very useful. Among them, there is an area where IFAB worked a lot, is the area of low carbon discovery. One of the most successful projects was carried out with one of our partners, Lavazza. The target is to study new materials to be used for the coffee capsule. Thanks to AI, we shifted from a two-material technology to one single material technology. This is very useful for the capsule recycling and for the lowering of their environmental impact. Another project, together with Lavazza, aimed to analyze deforestation. Today, having enough data is very difficult, and Lavazza committed itself in using AI in order to understand in what sector is it, where it is possible to harvest coffee in order to reduce and limit deforestation. We worked together with another company, Granarolo, for another project concerning packaging. We succeeded in finding a method in order to use a recycled material from the recycling of packaging. So all the projects aimed at analyzing the recycling of resources. These are successful projects, but that was not always the case. I was struck by a project named Celscan for the analysis of sustainability reports, which are public and accessible. Using some machine learning algorithm, we tried to analyze several sustainability reports. We wanted, first of all, to understand the common features for all these reports. And we also wanted to analyze and understand the criticalities. The result was a little bit deceiving. It emerged that actually it is difficult to compare sustainability reports because right now we have not specific and accurate methods on that. In particular, reports prove to be satisfactory in qualitative terms, but not in quantitative terms, because there are no shared tables and terms. So although the result was not the expected one, this project allowed to start new activities, in particular for the analysis of sustainability and transparency. Our foundation is really committed in that. For example, one of the new methods we apply for the transparency's sake implies the creation of a rule book of leaflets to write down reports with a quantitative assessment of the energy plan. IFAB ranked among the first in Italy for that. And our model cards takes into account environment, but also the assessment of other risks related to AI. Finally, I would like to talk about a project for transplantation of optimization. We worked with Catania University, and the project will be implemented next year. Having access to public data, it was possible to conceive a method to give real-time indication concerning the transportation means. But to me, the most interesting part of the project is the following one. Since we succeeded in creating an algorithm showing the target of the project, and we did so quickly, we decided to launch a sub-project aiming at developing an assessment method for the risk assessment. MIA is a deterministic algorithm, which is pretty easy to be analyzed compared to others, the deep learning ones. The output was the creation of a checklist of compliance consisting of 42 questions, and the developer of algorithms can carry out a kind of self-assessment. As for risks, this method does not include environmental risks only, but also the environmental risks. As a source, we used the Artificial Intelligence Act, which is a little bit limited in terms of environmental regulation, because right now there are not specific rules and regulations for environment. The only reference to environmental risk assessment is a principle. So the European Commission, in developing guidelines, is going to try to assess the environmental impact in particular. That implies several problems, because developers of algorithms are free to choose their own assessment methods. They are also free to select the reporting methods they want, and there is a clear-cut focus on energy, neglecting the other resources that could have an important impact, such as water, but also, for example, the dismantling of calculation devices and so forth. Right now, they are not included in the assessment. So I think that we have a twofold message. On one side, we noticed that AI use can improve practically the climate change, and we have evidence of that. But I think it is also important to make an effort at public and legal level to assess and to report. And that should be done from a quantitative perspective in particular, and not only on the qualitative one, because as we saw, the comparison and the assessment is then complex and difficult. Thank you. Thank you, Silvia. We found out that if we use a monomaterial coffee capsule, we can feel less guilty than what we usually are. Before asking questions to us, I ask the audience. Whenever I am the moderator in Trento, we shift to the second question immediately, because no one is available for question number one. Yes, we have the first question. Do we have a microphone? I don't know whether you can hear you. Thank you. I have a question for all the speakers, but for Roberto in particular. I'm really interested in your project concerning the reduction of high computing costs. I was wondering if, considering the current presence of 13 data factories and all the centers and the high factory, gigafactory supercomputers. And since one of the supercomputers is based in Bologna, I was wondering whether, I don't know. So the question is, do you know whether The environmental impact has been assessed for the Italian supercomputer. Do you think whether that was the case? Do you know whether there is a kind of a classification among the 5 European supercomputers from the most important one to the less important one? I think that this panel is very important indeed because it's an opportunity for me to know a different perspective that I have never taken into account. So thank you for this wonderful idea. I really would like to know whether there is the idea, because what you do is right and wonderful, but these realities exist, they are operative, and they will evolve. So is there the idea to assess their environmental impact?
Okay, so we might spend the entire weekend trying to answer this, but I'll try to give you some sort of guidelines to share a few elements. First of all, I would say that there's two models that we see in place. So the hyperscale one, so the great supercalculators, the gigafactories, which are projected exclusively to done super calculations, not only AI. Like, for example, the ones by Cineca, the one by Leonardo. And there's this sort of frenzy of the EU to build other AI factories. And the risk there is a huge one, because that's already like this in Italy. So the risk is for those to become big isolated islands, as they actually are, sort of. So this is one aspect that we need to keep in mind. The second one is building infrastructures that are more widespread, smaller, with a smaller impact, that direct the needs of precision AI. That does not need a lot of power calculation, but so data are always there. So I do not always have to move data around. I just elaborate on those data and I give the output out by reducing the impact of the transfers of data, and I also reduce the raw materials, because there will always be an issue connected to the speed of data transfer. We do not realize this yet, but future applications will require just a short time to work. So this is something to keep in mind as well. So there's these two main models. Right now, we're living in the advertisement economies. While the other speakers were talking, I was reading that in Italy, apparently nowadays, there's a request by data centers to connect to the power grid of 56 gigawatt. This means 500 gigawatt per year. So how much is Italy consuming right now as a country? Italy is consuming 300 terawatts as a country. So this is an advertisement economy. So the reflection that we should do is about the model. So, for example, are we just going only towards gigafactories because we need this huge computation power that is needed to train huge models? Because if you read the latest studies, according to these studies, the performance is actually decreasing rather than increasing. Because there has been a progress linked to the evolution of models, which brought to great progresses, but now this is changing. So the way forward is not to come up with even more models, because there are some limits included. I think that the way forward is to change the approach. I do not know what kind of approach we should need to apply. Why did DeepSeek work? They did not have the hardware that the US has. So it's what we used to do with DP11. So they were just working with 576 step AI of memory. So they found a way to optimize the output considering the resources that they had. So my answer would be, so eliminating reality from the advertisement economy, there is important investment at play. Maybe it would be better to organize those in a better way, because there's a lot of AI factories in all of the countries, but they're all working in an isolated way. It's not like there's an overall computational power. On the other hand, and this is our challenge as well, the one that we have to face in Trentino, there's a complementary model that redistributes AI in the territories, not to build these huge models, but to do precision AI.
Altre domande?
Are there any other questions?
Siete come Trento.
Good, you're active, not like in Trento. First of all, congratulations. I really appreciated the mention of geopolitics and the attention that needs to be focused to this by politics. So Russia and China were mentioned as well. At the University of Milan, from 2019 to 2020, the attention to sustainability, especially when it comes to the industry level, went backwards. What I mean is that sustainability is no longer one of the main priorities at a global level. I like the reference to rare earths. I remember of Zelensky and Trump negotiating about rare earths. I was also reminded of Alaska, for example. So I have the impression, but I wanted to hear your opinion on this. I have the impression that everybody is trying to push forward technology as much as possible without keeping in mind sustainability. And this is something that can be noticed in the US, in Europe, but also in South America, in Russia. So apart from, again, congratulating you for everything you're doing, because I believe that it's very difficult talking about these issues in such a context. Is like for us, right? We legal experts, for us, it's very difficult to talk about rules and regulations because nobody cares any longer about this. But like considering, for example, the advent of electric cars and the use of lithium in these more sophisticated batteries, what do you think of the future of sustainability? So once this was referred to as green tech, so technology in that area was aimed at respecting the environment. Notwithstanding your exceptional projects, I believe that the world is going in a different direction, and I want to hear what your opinion is on this, because I'm a legal expert, so I'm just hearing about these topics. Thank you. I agree with you. The world and the world of artificial intelligence, considering the 7 to 8 players who handle AI, is going in a completely opposite direction. It is a geopolitical challenge. As you mentioned, DeepSeek is this AI that, as Roberto was saying, started because they had less hardware resources. And it started off because of an issue that NVIDIA, which is the greatest company when it comes to the production of CPUs for AI calculation, so the US government forbade them to export this technology in China. So China was using Huawei SIM cards, which used to be not that good, but now they're improving. So it's a geopolitical challenge because, for example, there were custom duties involved. So the idea was not to have the same level of hardware all over the place. There's already a top category AI and one that is not as powerful. Probably the US government is using a high-performing AI, but Sam Altman and ChatGPT are using an AI which is even better than the one that they provide to the US government. So this AI has a descriptive capability and a predictive ability, which is quite relevant. Europe is not using the AI used by ChatGPT and the one that is being used by the US government. So EU governments, when it comes to performance, when it comes to decision-making, if they do decision-making with AI, they're performing less than other countries in the world. There's the issue of Taiwan then. So Taiwan is the greatest producer of chips of AI, so they produce over 60% of all of the chips worldwide. So that's why Chinese boats and US boats are circling the island as if they were sharks, apart from the political issues involved there, because China would want to actually we want for Taiwan to become part of its territory. I do not know whether anybody would like to further comment on this. Sebastian, what do you think?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to join this question. Sorry that I couldn't hear some parts of the debate because it's a bit glitchy, the audio. But yeah, it's important to consider the geopolitical dimension and how politics is shifting globally, of course. In the US, for example, one of the first measures taken by Donald Trump was the announcement of this Stargate project, right? 500 billion invested in data centers in the country. So we can see that for some, probably for the far right kind of spectrum, building data centers at any cost seem to be part of their programs, right, of their manifestos, and it's very important for them. But I also see the rise of another, like looking at it from a more kind of global perspective, of another very worrying trend, which is this idea that AI technologies and their infrastructure like data center are an exception. So yes, some people might say they can consume a lot of water, a lot of energy, but in the long run, they're gonna create new efficiencies, they're gonna optimize energy grids, you know, contribute in so many ways to the environment. So we shouldn't worry too much. We have seen, for example, Bill Gates sustaining this kind of arguments. He came to a forum here, to a conference here in London, and a journalist asked him about the environment, that the energy consumption by data centers. And he said, yeah, it's true, it's a lot. But in the future, data centers are going to help us optimize or save more energy consumption. So I think it's an extremely risky move because we're allowing, you know, a few technology companies based in, as I said, in the US and China to decide what kind of projects can have an environmental exception and which ones don't. I also heard you discussing about, I think, lithium within Europe, the opening of new mines, which, you know, is usually labeled under this idea of strategic autonomy in Europe, but which it might achieve, you know, the goal of like diversifying the sources of mining within Europe. From outside, I don't think that that's going to decrease lithium mining in Chile or cobalt mining in the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's just to have more and more resources available. So we also need to consider how to consume less, not only where to get these resources from and so on, but how to consume less. I also think, you know, because I study Latin America, I've traveled to Africa, Asia, and so on. And there is also this raising phenomenon of resource nationalism, as some people will call it. So Chile, Mexico, Indonesia, and other countries are introducing more taxes and more conditions for obtaining critical minerals, such as lithium. So that's also something that I think is going to introduce more and more geopolitical frictions into the debate. Those are just a few points. I'm sorry if like it's a bit off topic, but that's what I could get from your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. C'erano altre domande? C'era qualcuno?
Any other questions? Was there anybody else?
C'è un'altra.
Scusate, io ho una curiosità.
It would be a curiosity of mine.
Dal punto di vista quotidiano. Okay.
So considering our everyday life, one of my greatest achievements was the one to understand that I have to close the tap while I'm brushing my teeth, right? So this is something that dates back to a few years ago. But if everybody would do that, a lot would change. So the use of generative AI, considering what will become, it will become part of our everyday life, not only according to dentists, we should brush our teeth twice to thrice per day. So maybe it's an impossible question for Sebastian as well, whom I hope can hear me. So what could be the equivalent of closing the tap while somebody is brushing one's teeth? It's difficult. I don't know. But let's think about it. Let's think of an equivalent. Microphone, please. So these are all very interesting topics. I do not want to answer. That's up to you. But I was thinking this. I was thinking about awareness, right? So this is a topic that, in my opinion, is pivotal. Let me give an example. If I were to walk out of this building, if I go to buy a coffee and a car pulls over next to me and I can see a lot of smoke, a black smoke coming out of the car, I immediately understand that that car is polluting. And I ask myself this question, maybe I think about it, maybe I also criticize it, and I am aware of that pollution, because this is something that it's broadly understood. But when I'm sending an email, and we send and we receive hundreds of mails every day, we do not fully grasp how much energy it takes to send or to receive an email. It might sound banal, but it's not, because it's the awareness of one's actions and awareness of consumption. Awareness, well, it's something that I tell you to remind myself. Let me give you another example. A lot of people say, okay, you go on Google, Google is free. Google is not free, because we provide Google, and when I say Google, of course, I mean all of the digital world. So we're giving Google and we're paying it the highest price, because we're paying with ourselves. We are telling Google what we like to eat, what we like to drink, what we like to study, what are our preferences, our personal preferences, even sexual ones, and anything. So we're paying Google the highest price ever. And we're not aware of that. So, just to fan the flames, I believe that the concept of awareness is a pivotal one, as brushing one's teeth and closing the tap water. So once we wouldn't even think about it, right? Once we just thought, okay, it's pivotal to brush one's teeth. Right now, it still is, but we also have not to waste water. So our own awareness, and let me conclude, it's as important, it's so important. Maybe I'm exaggerating here, but I think that this should be a subject that should be taught at elementary school. Because what we learn at elementary school is what shapes us the most. Because when we're children, we are like sponges. We are ready and we're open to learn everything, and we keep it forever with us. So who was lucky enough to have teachers who were competent at elementary schools? So in Italian and mathematics. So if you learned the main principles at elementary schools, this was something that you will remember for the rest of your lives. Thank you, Chair. So maybe Roberto can answer, and then Silvia, there's another question by Dominique.
One question, please. Thank you very much for all the interesting presentations. There is only something that still worries me, even though we have discussed it a little. We see that the EU is planning to build AI factories. And today we have heard from Sebastian, which was really interesting, that there had to be, for example, a factory in Chile that would consume, I think, 169 liters of water per second. And now we are trying to build 5 as well. Are they the same? Is there some difference, or do we have to be afraid of losing the most important resource we have, maybe water? I don't know. Would be interesting to hear from you.
Thank you, Dominique. Allora, vediamo, facciamo un giro di risposte dei nostri relatori. Faccio anche una domanda ai relatori. Il potere contrattuale che abbiamo in questo momento come comunità nei confronti di chi detiene e gestisce l'intelligenza artificiale è praticamente nullo, no?
of AI is basically nothing, right? Sebastian was talking about these communities, and the two pictures were amazing. I'm sure that Joe is not happy about it, but be not happy about it. But our contractual power is nothing, basically. It is extremely rare for communities to be able to sit down with those great players, and I actually think that it's impossible to sit down with those stakeholders. So what can be done then? There's two elements that we can work on. Territorial AI that uses our data, which might become collectual properties. So they're not a public good, is not a good, is not a community good. These are properties that are handled by a community. So according to the calculations done by a foundation based in London, our data are worth 3,000 to 4,000 pounds. So our activities on social media, watching a movie on Netflix, taking a look at something on Amazon, this equals to having a saving account of 3,000 to 4,000 pounds. And this money goes directly into the hands of those who develop AIs, starting to think about an idea of a collective property of data and an AI and a territorial AI, as Roberto was saying. Because the current AI, they not really get and capture the activities of the small communities. So relationship to data that the AI cannot fully grasp. I'm talking about the general AI. But this possibility is there. Maybe we'll start with Roberto, then Silvia, then Sebastian, if they want to add something. I don't know whether the chair read the notes that I wrote to come here. So awareness is an ethical choice. Every click has an invisible cost, but who is really paying for that? And my conclusion was, I would want us to start teaching awareness in school, because this is a pivotal element. There's another element. So I'll jump between the different questions that were asked. There's a huge need for transparency here. The idea of the Google data center is a really pivotal one. But there's also need of to share this knowledge, because who really knows how a data center works? It happened to us in Trentino as well. We were like, okay, building a data center there, so basically it would dry out the lake of Santa Giustina. It's a lake thanks to which basically we can have the greatest hydropower production in Trentino. So it was developed not to use water, and there were some regulations. Right? We built this data center with some limits, which means that we will not be able to do anything we want at that data center. It's a choice. It's a choice to think about precision AI. I do not want to develop ChatGPT number 6, because to do that, some resources are needed that are not compatible with other aspects. For example, if you take a look at the data centers that were built in Norway, and if you see how much land was deforested, you would be shocked, right? Thinking about how green Norway is, right? And we thought, okay, so if we were to say, okay, we just need to eliminate 300 hectares of forest to build a data center there, we would have never been allowed to do that. But the fact that these data centers have been built in Norway should make us think. It's true. Awareness towards these topics decreased, and there's nothing to be said about it. Who is ready to pay more to have less? So that the environmental footprint is lower. It's very difficult. But I'll stop here. Sebastian, you have the floor.
Thank you. So unfortunately, I cannot hear the questions in Italian, but I did hear the second one about, I think it was the second one, about data centers in Italy, whether you should be worried or not about water consumption, for example. And I have a few considerations around that, and I think that definitely you should be worried. I'm not talking only based on the Chilean case that I looked at, but also following what's happening in Spain, for example. So yeah, it is true that there is better technology when it comes to data centers. And in the case of Chile, at least, the 169 liters per second was back in 2019. And since then, the technology of data centers have improved significantly. That's true. Also, another consideration is that this data center was going to use a lot of water, but also, which is one way of cooling off the equipment of the data center, but other projects can use more energy. So basically, it depends on what's cheaper, water, energy, and so on. But the problem is that when we see the discussion around data centers, big tech companies are how to say, spreading myths or things that are not really true. So one of them, for example, is the amount of jobs that this data center produce. Usually they talk about big numbers, more than hundreds of jobs, but in practice, each data center do not support more than 100 jobs in the long term. Those are the ones that have the most people, because data centers are becoming more and more automatic, basically, over time. They're using AI in order to optimize data centers, and that means that less and less people are required within them. So that's one example of like some of the things that big tech companies are saying that I think we should be really, we should scrutinize more. And the other problem is that governments know very little about technology, because in the last decades they have basically outsourced all their expertise around technology to technology companies. States don't have much technological capacity or expertise around data centers, and technology companies have become some of their most common sources of information. So we need, academia and more actors to get into the discussion to really understand what's going on around data centers. And finally, another consideration, if you look at Spain, for example, there is a journalist, Pablo Jimenez, who's been doing an amazing work, which is to look at how the environmental, quite often, technology companies, their projects don't really respect the stated footprint. So quite often they use more water and energy than what they originally proposed. So it's super important to create like a constant tracking and following these projects to understand whether they actually consuming what they said they will be consuming. So I think there are reasons to be worried, and the more actors get into the discussion, the better. The more independent research there is, the better. But I think at the moment the discussion is not equal. There are some group of actors that have way too much voice, access to the media, to politicians, and that's something maybe to worry about if we really want to, in the case of Italy, for example, if you really want to understand what's going to be the impact of these projects.
Thanks, Sebastian.
Sorry that I'm not an optimistic here. I'm not very optimistic, but I think that's kind of some of the insights that I've got from talking to people from different regions of the world.
Thanks, Sebastian. Silvia, vuoi aggiungere qualcosa?
Sì, io brevemente volevo aggiungere in merito al tema di chiudere l'acqua del lavandino, cosa abbiamo fatto noi internamente nella fondazione. Abbiamo redatto una politica di sostenibilità.
So we wrote down a sustainability policy, but we created a specific metrics for carbon footprint with some training courses that were organized. So this basically explains how every single click has an impact, and it tells you what kind of impact it has. There are some methods, like, for example, maybe sending an email is better than sending a text message on WhatsApp. Or another idea could be the one to limit the questions to AI systems, like, for example, ChatGPT, and having some sort of follow-up. So the reduction is not a huge one if we compare it to the one that we might get with better regulations of data centers. But these are small steps that we as a foundation decided to take, considering the ethics and an ethical approach, which is oriented to improve the actions that can be done by the employees. So this might be a positive starting point when it comes to the development.
Grazie Silvia. Abbiamo altre domande? Ci sono curiosità? Vi portate a casa qualcosa di bello, di brutto?
Posso aggiungere a quello che diceva Sebastian, che è un tema fondamentale. Non è vero che i data center generano tanti posti di lavoro. Questa è una falsità, e più è grande e più è monocliente, quindi quello di Google, quello di Amazon, eccetera, il data center, e meno posti di lavoro locali vengono generati. Questo è un altro motivo per esplorare la redistribuzione.
We should explore more the idea of redistributing AI and data centers,
Realizzando delle infrastrutture più piccole,
because building smaller infrastructures
cercare di mettere
in
insieme
which trying
aziende
to put
col mondo
together the
dell'università e della ricerca
with the academia and with the university
che consentano la creazione di siti
can help to build infrastructures with new services, with new initiatives.
un hyperscaler non ci potete fare niente.
But if you just have a hyperscaler, there's nothing that can be done about it. You can only use their services, basically.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Ci sono altre domande? Ah, sì, c'è una domanda.
Any further questions? Yes, there's one question.
Flavia.
Thank you, Flavia.
Una curiosità.
So this would be a curiosity of mine. In these data centers, in these smaller data centers, which are a little bit more distributed in the territory, which models should the AI based on? Isn't that the risk to do research and then a new model is launched, and then after 3 years of research, those models that you implemented are worthless? Like, for example, new models, the Big Four. We're not talking about competing with LLM models. We're talking about the evolution. So consider the 50 years of history that we have behind our back. So the 50 years of evolution of AI, because now there's a lot of conversation about AI, because generative AI and the linguistic models are amazing. And they are able to do things that we tried to do with different approaches over the last 40 years, but those attempts were worthless. So they did not lead to the results that these new models are providing us. However, so yesterday, for example, we talked about healthcare, for example. So we talked about models that are very specialized. So the approaches are not the ones of the huge generative models. These are different approaches, and therefore they need a strong characteristic that is based on the context. So they require specific skills, and they must be close to the origin of the data, and the computational skills and abilities are different. So these two models are complementary, actually. I wouldn't want for you to understand that hyperscale models are the devil and then the other models are the good guys, right? Hyperscale models are fundamental in their evolution and are sure that it would be our interface towards the digital world, because thanks to that we can dialogue with the digital world using language, which was a shifting point, a turning point. The evolution of these models is not clear yet. The question is that the only evolution there? Should we expect the result of this announcement, like, for example, 56 of gigawatt in Italy only for the new gigafactories? Maybe that's not the case. Maybe we should be just as careful in promoting territories with the skills that are there that are complementary. Because there's a lot of industrial and research structures that are highly advanced, but they're doing a different job, as much less visible, because we're not doing amazing things, because this cannot be, they're not seen. Generative models, well, you can actually take a look at the output, take a look at what ChatGPT is saying and how fast it replies. Sometimes they can say crazy stuff. For example, I asked about one of the speakers, and basically ChatGPT came up with a completely invented and random reply, right? So we must be aware also when training our critical thinking, when analyzing the replies and the output of these AIs. And this would be a huge challenge for young generations, because the skills that are needed right now to assess the reliability of the answers of AIs, Well, maybe young people do not have the skills because maybe young people are used to use these tools but did not have the tools to actually assess if the reply is trustworthy and reliable or not. For example, I took down these notes, right? And I was like, please take a look at the references, so the bibliography on this. And half of the references that ChatGPT gave me were wrong. If I were to send this to a magazine, basically they would have fired me because I was using ChatGPT, but it gave me an answer that was by half wrong. Yes, but I am afraid that the localization with the context might get old. I'm working in the same field as you, so I'm afraid that, there might be a lot of investments and then a new model is out and will be worthless because the important thing is data. If the model has a better performance, the industry will go for the better performing one, not for the one that is used in Trentino or in Milan. So there would be two different answers here and two different topics. We will need to talk for another whole day about data and then about the quality of data. That's pivotal because models right now are being trained on data that are not, how to say it, not reliable. And then we should also talk about the evolution of the cooperating model between research industry and the research approach. We should also be brave enough to do things and then discard them if we find something better. We're not used to do that, especially in some fields. We just keep going forward, no matter what. Okay, let's leave it at this. Okay, so we have to be aware, we have to have this language and semantic awareness. We need, in my opinion, a different kind of awareness. In 1956, McCarthy, who was a mathematician, decided to publish this article. In the first time, he used the term artificial intelligence, and he was working in a small university of the US. He needed $36,000 to host a conference with the greatest scientists of the time who were starting to study logics. He was the only one dealing with this field. He was the only one who gave this title to the article. And he was funded only by the Rockefeller Foundation, which was the one who found out the technology needed to extract oil. So there were some foundations that were looking so ahead that the Rockefeller Foundation basically invested in that technology. So I think that we need to reflect upon this kind of deflection. So we need to think of the investments. So where do these investments come from? Because this is a different kind of awareness that we need. I think there's another question, maybe. First of all, congratulations to all of the speakers, to all of those who are joining us online as well. I wanted to say this. Considering all of this, very interesting points that were made, I am mainly focused on a significant data, in my opinion. I heard you talking about awareness, and this is fundamental. This is something that, of course, should become part of nowadays education. It should also be part of the future education. But we should reflect upon something different. That is to say, the principle of responsibility. I remember of a very important author of the 20th century, Hans Jonas. He was mentioning the principle of responsibility of the hic et nunc, of the here and now. Because if not, considering that this widespread love for AI, so this romantic love for AI, having this mentality, I tend to look at AI. It's as if I were looking out onto a forest, and it's as if I was thinking of what the forest can give me when it comes to, for example, to building furniture, creating new tools. And at that point, I would lose touch with the essence of forest, what its nature is like. Therefore, I would be forced to change my way of thinking. It's a responsibility that is not only the one for the future generations, but it's also for our generation, for the actual one, because we need to protect our ecosystem now. We should not only think of what might happen tomorrow. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Bene, possiamo adesso c'è
Good.
pausa caffè.
I think that there's a coffee break right now, if I'm not mistaken. Just for a few minutes, right? And then we'll keep on with the new panel. So now there would be a 15 minutes break. So we'll start over at 11:10. Thank you.
Well, we are ready to resume our session, and now I'm going to make a short introduction, and then I have the honor and the pleasure to be the moderator. This is a second panel for this morning, and for us, lawyers, legal experts, this is a very important panel. In addition to that, I welcome and thank for her participation Mrs. Lucia Lugani, who is the member of the Public Prosecutor Office here in Lucca, and I thank her for having accepted our invitation. Today's speakers are very important and outstanding. We also have a speaker who is connected online, and I thank him very much because despite a health issue, he decided to participate nevertheless. So he wanted to join us online. Mr. Mirenda, he's member of the Superior Council of Magistrature, of Judiciary. Then we also have Mrs. Galgani. She is a full professor of trial law, criminal law at the Pisa University, and Giovanni Ziccardi, who is a full professor at the University of Milan. He's a technical expert of AI. So first of all, now I start my role as a moderator, and I join the other speakers. And I thank once again the speakers. Today's topic is IA and fair trial. We lawyers, we are really scared for understandable reasons. Generally, innovation scares us. Reforms issued by lawmakers during the latest 2 decades have not been very performing for us, both for criminal procedure and civil procedure. That is why we are a little bit scared. It is also true that we lawyers, we are always worried about anything new because we prefer our comfort zone that we know very well. Nevertheless, the impact of AI, we already knew, and now after this 2-day event, we know it even more, while the AI impact scares us even more in terms of employment. Will AI replace lawyers or not? But there is also another aspect which is even more important. Lawyers are the ones who safeguard rights of people, companies, organizations. So the question is, will AI impact such a safeguarding? What kind of rights will be safeguarded and how? These are very relevant topics because whenever we think about legal safeguarding, whenever we think about justice, we think about everyone's right, people's right. So a good lawyer is a person who wants rules to be abided, to be respected. A key point, both for criminal and civil law, is to achieve the truth. And this is possible only by abiding rules and regulations. This is part of the DNA of lawyers. So it is understandable that if we want to achieve such a truth, we rely upon human reasoning that we know very well, although there are limits. Then if we add AI to human reasoning, well, at that stage, it is not that easy. It is an open question. As usual, before judging, we have to know. This is a basic concept, but we have not to forget it. Because talking about AI and its impact on legal profession, trial procedures, well, with this regard, we are not that informed. I mean, personally, I'm not. And generally speaking, talking to my colleagues, I realize that many people do not know, not enough. And I think that Professor Ziccardi will explain that in details. Before giving the floor to the first speaker, I would like to deal with another worrying aspect, that is to say, lack of time. We have not time. I mean, in terms of knowledge and awareness, we have to proceed quickly. We have to act quickly because technology advances quickly. Whenever a person should decide to apply that specific technology to legal procession strongly and invasively, well, if we do not know enough, if we are not informed, we take the risk to lag behind, definitely. And this is a problem for us, but in particular, that will be a problem, an issue for our customers. Never forget that we carry out a profession that is important from the constitutional point of view. So what is important for me is that lawyer plays a key role in jurisdiction. She is one of the key players of it. I thank the first speaker, Mrs. Galgani, and I give the floor to her talking about criminal trial. We underwent many reforms with this regard. And now we also have AI. Anyway, it is a key aspect with an impact in terms of right safeguarding, protection of rights. So I really would like to listen to your remarks, because I'm very curious. Okay. Good morning to you all. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this kind invitation, for this second edition of such an important event full of suggestions. And I apologize for not being here yesterday. I was in Rome for an event on the facial recognition. As far as the topic of this session is concerned, if it is true that this this trial law is the constitutional laws being implemented, if it is true that no legal system can exist without safety, it is understandable that, as the title shows, there is an opposition, a tension between safety that implies looking anything that is functional to truth and the protection of rights, of guarantees. Safety as a value is meaningless. Safety should imply additional guarantees. This balance or unbalance is a kind of constant target for lawmakers and legislation in Italy and abroad. And it's really difficult to achieve it fully. The ratio between AI and technological innovation, and personally, I prefer to talk about AIs because there is a set of AIs. So the ratio between AIs and new technologies and the criminal trials represent the perfect turmoil. The audience is very qualified, and therefore I will not go through the background, through the regulatory sources. You know that at supranational level, at European level, we had several regulations concerning soft law, I think to the equity chart, and last but not least, the regulation 1689 at EU level. All that provides us a reference framework which is unusual and innovative, and we should consider it as a guiding line. But it is also the result of several trade-offs, considering juridical sensitivity, considering all the comparisons, imply compensation, compromises, and so on and so forth. So this is the framework. Now let's focus closely on the Italian situation, because we have somehow the possibility to be proud of the fact that we have been the first countries to accept a reference to implement a regulation. EU regulation just need a work for harmonization with the national laws. And actually, Law 132, dating back to 2025, approved mid-September, that just came into force yesterday, partially. Then there are some proxies. So, without any doubt, the ambition, the general ambition, is to be a regulation, a law that aims at making the access to AI more smooth and easier for preliminary investigations as well, without being subject to the effects. So the use of AI, in any case, clashes with the right to privacy, to confidentiality, the right for me to do what I prefer concerning information about myself, my health, my social relationships, and so on and so forth. So there is a conflict with moral freedom as well. Talking about face recognition, for example, North American countries that have started to use it years ago, they talk about chilling effect. I mean, the fact that I know that I am constantly follow-armed 24/7 in public areas as well has an impact. So I know that any meeting, any relationship is monitored. So theoretically that can imply a behavior on my side which is not spontaneous. I can decide to meet Mr. Flaviano or not because I think that someone could use that meeting in a specific way. So even the basic use that has not an impact at criminal level, which is the most detrimental aspect of our individuality, because after life we have individual freedom among our values. So even the private commercial use of AI, there are difficult situations. What about in the criminal law? But as I always say, it is not possible for us to reject this scenario. AI's, their penetration into our lives is a fact. And therefore, criminal lawyers, trial lawyers must take them into account. How should she do it? I think that one of the words we have to bear in mind, so all of us, IT people, lawyers, academic people, is responsibility, accountability. As Mr. Loro said, as it has been said during the previous sessions. Sometimes some measures makes reference to accountability. In other words, more often than not, our focus is and has been the pathology of the use of AI. The focus has been the hallucinogenic input and output, without focusing on what is upstream and downstream, that is to say, the user's accountability, not the final users. The user, that is to say, the person that can be helped and supported by these tools. The users has the obligation, the ontological or not, to check the output, as it should be the case, regardless the fact that it is AI or not. The hallucinations mentioned by the Court of Florence is not the ChatGPT 4 or 5. The accountability is up to the judge, the judging organ, which has not checked the final result. He didn't take the accountability to check. The same applies to young people, young employees, young assistants of public prosecutor offices, according to Article 73. Yesterday, through the chats of our academic people, there was a series of messages circulating stating, have you seen what happened? Have you seen what has been published? It is an article, but I will not quote the site or the author, an article, a paper on a scientific paper quoting Cordero 2024. Stata 2025. These are outstanding people of the matter, and they died a while ago. So, in that case, regardless the young, ambitious lawyer or assistant who wanted to quote quickly the paper, what about the referee? Did he check? Did he read the paper? Sorry, without the microphone, it is not possible for us to translate. So the point is not the tool. The point is the way you use it. Concerning this element, I want to emphasize accountability, because there is no legal provision, no legal draft, in particular for the criminal trials, able to fill up the gap of accountability. There is nothing able to play the role of literacy, training, awareness. Provisions we have can be perfect, but as it is the case in the analogical world, if I have a provision according to which the judge, after the debate, after the procedure, has to make a decision and has to review the dossier in order to sentence, providing the motivation in view of what emerged during the hearing. If the dossier of the hearing already provides a sentence without cross-examination, without conclusions by the public prosecutor or by the defense, in that case, it is not ChatGPT's fault. In that case, rules and regulations have not been respected. So there is no technological device. There is not technological equipment being involved. That depends on people that decided to save time without caring about the lawyer's point of view, and that is up to accountability. As for justice, specifically, Article 15 of this law, a law we debated a lot, Article 15 is very important indeed. Apparently, it states that using AI systems or applications aims at organizing the work, at managing the flow, the workflows, such as hearings, dates and places of hearings, considering specific needs by the judiciary body, scanning of most repetitive activities, anything concerning the administration itself, the bureaucracy. This is the key focus. No reference is made to the decisional system, the decision-making system. That is up to humans only. So the drafting of deeds, standardized deeds with the formats, that is the meaning of Article 15. We debated a lot because the concerns was that AI was applied to make a decision. This provision or others could avoid completely the risk of a bad use, a bad practice, if I do not require the judge to be in line with this accountability. It is not just a matter of ChatGPT. We all use it. Benedetta Galgani has a case of conflict, separation with her partner. If I enter these elements to ChatGPT just to have a synthesis, then I have to know how to use that information. But if the target is to have just a synthesis, just to have a better writing, what is the problem if afterwards I am responsible, I am accountable, and so I sign the provision? Well, there are more borderline aspects. For example, the use of AI for research, database, and so on and so forth. That is a risk because we should know the way the search engine is trained. I should know the way material is selected. Because we also have to know the position of the judge. Maybe that would be useful for my specific case. For my specific case, I would like to emphasize a specific aspect, a specific information. That is another issue related to transparency, and it depends on the design of the equipment. But once again, it's up to the individual. I think it's interesting, as far as this law is concerned, despite the deontological references that should be limited by awareness. Well, what is interesting in this article is the reference to experimentation, the sandbox, because in that case we have the opportunity to check the application, and so after having checked it, we can verify whether the application is used in order to speed up the trial, to speed up some specific procedures in terms of organization. I am more skeptical about the fact that this control and monitoring is up to the Ministry of Justice only. So justice, criminal justice in particular, implies a duality for governance. On one hand, we have the Ministry of Justice, which should organize and provide the facilities, the tools, the applications. On the other hand, we have a Superior Council of Judiciary that, despite scandals and so on and so forth, it should be the tool to protect the independence and autonomy of judges against other powers, according to Montesquieu's logic. The fact that we have two organs, two bodies on the top, should imply the involvement of both. The lawmaker instead makes reference to the Ministry of Justice only as a provider, but also as the authorizing body of experimentation. That means that we have an execution body which is entitled to check the jurisdictional function. So I would ask a greater participation and involvement of the Superior Council. Yesterday, the guidelines on AI law have been approved by the Council, and my voice was heard. So the AGID and ACM are mentioned only, and that's fine. These are two bodies whose task is different because, of course, it's a matter of safety, but these are government bodies. So the point is, who is going to control the controller? That is a great concern for me. Not only to safeguard the profession, the legal profession, but to safeguard the function, the jurisdictional function, because in that case, there may be a hidden control, because I tell you to use that specific device. For example, I have experienced a IT criminal trial. So having the chance to use a device rather than another one makes the difference in terms of real implementation of the defense for the criminal trial. And Microsoft cannot tell me, look, I have this wonderful product for you. Do you want it? Shouldn't be the other way around. The ministry should tell you what you need, what kind of application you can use it, and create it. Well, this is something that makes technicians smile, because I have always had in my mind the in-house facilities, applications, platforms meant to, designed for. This is not possible, simply because this law, like the others concerning the other issues, implies the last provision concerning the financial aspects. So, in the same conditions, you have to perform all these activities. So it goes without saying that this is a huge effort in theory. The step-by-step approach can be appreciated. The Italian law makes reference to the IA Act often in order to avoid a lack of alignment. So I agree, great, no problem on that. What is still an open question is not the profile, the dystopic profile of the judge, which is completely replaced by the equipment, unless the judge decides to be in line with the output of that research. The point is rather the impact in terms of cognition. If the AI is used more or less openly and publicly, involve police forces as well, for the facial recognition, for example. Even that application was designed for the police forces, not for the trials. So it was a matter of intelligence, but intelligence forces take the risk to convey the facts on other fields. So what about the Italian legislation? How the Italian legislation wants to tackle this issue? Through two options. by means of open proxies at the letter H or F. Reference is made to legislative decrees that within 12 months, that is to say tomorrow, in terms of reflection, thinking, reasoning, not only among legal experts, but also together with IT people, technicians, and scientists. So, on one hand, we have this open question concerning the use of these applications by police forces. And this is the less protected part in terms of defense, and another proxy concerning the use during the preliminary investigation. That means a already started criminal procedure, but an element that should aim at reach that goal, and that's it, without any possibility to be used as evidence in front of the judge. These themes are tackled with in a very blurred way, making reference to very outstanding values such as transparency, proportionality, and also the Strasbourg Court tell us that whenever you use a tool that is invasive towards other people's freedoms, that is to say an IT tools, three conditions must be respected, that is to say there must be a legal target, there must be no options, so I can't use other tools to achieve the same target, and there must be proportional to the seriousness of the case. So if there is just a case of a thief of a box of apples at the supermarket, there is no reason to use these tools. So these principles are mentioned rightly. So my question is, the lawmaker who has to execute the decrees, will she be strong enough, aware enough, patient enough during the 12 months to be in line to know a little less concerning, in order to be in line with the idea of the fair trial. So the fair trial has a specific formula, but it is just the awareness of the fact that the criminal trial is a way to know, but with some limitations. So reaching the target is not the good. It is the way I try to achieve the result, the target, that is to say, to know the truth. If I can achieve such a target by not respecting the regulations and the provisions, I have to give up. The risk is that facing a not accurate legislation, just to be the first in this field, just to be the first in introducing the facial recognition or the use of biometrical data, because of that not accurate legislation, we take the risk not to respect the fundamental rights of the human beings in a not proportional and not legal ways, because it doesn't include a cross-examination with the defense. And if we take into account the legal system of Court of Cassation, there are reasons to be concerned. You all heard talking about a twin sentence in 2024, the crypted conversations, a very sophisticated way for tampering. So facing the objections, facing the exceptions of the defense, because the defense said, how can I object to the result if I cannot know the way software works? And I apologize with the technicians if, as a lawyer, I want to talk about IT. So I have to understand the source code. And the judge said the fact that the defense cannot make reference and know the way it works, it is not a way to prejudice the fundamental rights. And that was 2024. Another element, making reference to SARI, the facial recognition, which has been used without any regulation, because it was used by police forces first, and then its use evolved and spread. Now we have strict limitations by EU regulation. The real time in public spaces is not allowed. So, before the EU regulation, our Court of Cassation said, so the use of SARI was questioned by the defense. In order to prove the alibi of the accused, asked the judge, can we use that image so that I prove, I show you that he was not there, he was not on the, was not involved? The judge and the Court of Cassation said, well, no, it is not possible to use it as a proof of evidence because you didn't share with us the scientific validation. So the police forces can use it for investigation because it is validated de jure. But if the defense asks for it, there is a double track. So, in other words, these are elements that dates back to 2019, and considering the quick evolution of technologies, everything seems to be obsolete. But this is the approach. That is why EU and Italian legislators must be very strict. They must be brave enough to give up a little bit of knowledge, because otherwise the target is more important than the way you go through to achieve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. A lot of food for thought here. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. I would have a lot of questions, a lot of comments, but this will give us the opportunity to host other events. Rightly so, you mentioned the High Council of the Judiciary. So together with us, there's Mr. Mirenda. I will give him the floor immediately, and I would like to thank him for the effort and for the physical effort that he's putting in order to participate.
Sono io a ringraziarvi. Buongiorno a tutti, sono io a ringraziarvi.
Good morning. It's me who thanks you.
Per l'invito prestigioso.
Thank you for having me.
Mi sentite?
Can you hear me?
Ecco, allora dicevo che gli spunti
as I
sono
was
veramente
saying,
moltissimi.
So there's a lot of inputs here, and I must immediately say
brevi e modeste riflessioni,
that I
più
have
da
a few
giurista di
notes
campagna che da dogmatico,
as a legal
non possono
expert.
certo avere la profondità scientifica di quelle svolte appena adesso sapientemente dalla
And so
professoressa
my
Benedetta
the
Galgani.
information I will share will not be as
Questo è un
detailed and
primo
as accurate
caveat
as what my
per guadagnarmi la
colleague just
vostra
said.
benevolenza.
So let me just say
Il
this
secondo,
before we start.
i ragionamenti che mi accingo
So the reasoning that I'll follow
in relazione al diritto civile
is mainly thought
e al suo contenzioso,
considering civil law,
particolarmente nella componente cosiddetta disponibile,
mainly when it comes to the available part of it.
famiglia, dove più di ogni altra materia si avverte la pressione della visione economicistica della
So the most important part of it would be the family.
La professoressa
So
pensa un tipo di intervento e
the professor who preceded me gave a very specific speech, So there's other aspects that maybe I did not take enough into account. But let me go to the point. So Professor Galgani mentioned the sentence of the High Council of the Judiciary. So finally, the Council did something good. So they approved a sentence that they approved unanimously with a whole lot of clauses. Some pose some issues, meaning that it's difficult that the High Council of the Judiciary will have the possibility to sentence on the activities of the judge and on how criminal law processes are brought forward. So this maybe could be taken into account as a recommendation, but there's another important one that would be the backbone of my speech in 2017, and then considering what was said last Wednesday. So it mentions the need to protect time, the time that is needed to take a decision. So this demonstrates that we are finally trying to grasp how big the issue is, and it reflects upon the issue of anthropocentrism, the need to have a human oversight. So this would be some sort of mantra that we repeat as if there were some mantra. So a projection of spes contra spam, but it's very difficult to implement those. So in the future, we'll tell how it will go. The use of artificial intelligence has to be oriented to free up time to take the decision, and not only the increase of the efficiency. So, see, the topic of efficiency is very much important. In the future, a magistrate will be able to verify the algorithms behind the systems. Human oversight will have to focus on the output, judicial clarity, reliability, and the lack of specific instructions. The judge will be able to keep his critical autonomy only if the judge will have the necessary time to check the output, to assess it, when he's not certain about something. So this entails the possibility to reject the output of the machine and to reject the input of the machine when it poses at risk the whole process. So, as you can tell, the topic of artificial intelligence, especially in civil law, crisscrosses its paths with Excel, because the application calculates the time, the costs, KPIs, and also saving the money that we can save. So this is the other side of AI. The reason why there's so much debate about it when it comes to civil law. And it's clear because in spite of all the debate about putting humans at the core, the future seems to be built around the concept of costs. So to fully grasp the meaning of all of this, let's try to take a look at what is being done abroad. So an output on what might happen. And let's think, for example, of Estonia, China, England. So in China, there's the system 206. So an automated justice that was described as a kind of justice that makes people happy. It's already working. It calculates, for example, the sanctions, and it writes the draft of a ruling. And it is also being thought to apply this to civil law. So it has access to a huge amount of data, graphics, data referred to the administration. So an automated justice that leaves no space whatsoever. So a citizen is facing an inaccessible and efficient system. In Estonia, it's an experiment. So quite often has been described as something which already works. But we're thinking of using these machines for sentences which up to 7,000 euros. So a model a justice model that is a continuous flow. It's clear that there's a lot of appreciation for this. In the UK, then we have the experience of the unlicensed manifests. So we have entities that are fully online. So AI is playing the role of a friendly support, playing as a mediator, but it's already doing something. It substitutes the conversation with the judge. So it's a kind of perfectioning of the process, so there is no hearing whatsoever, and there is no method that is applied by the judge, and it is not possible to know the methods applied by said judge. So specifically is a digital service that is active since 2018 for the money claims up to a certain cap, and this can be done exclusively or fully online. This is part of a wider digital reform system of the courts that is aimed at making justice faster, more open, and less costly for the citizens and for the companies. See this refrain, the refrain of making things more efficient. This is not a system in which AI decides of every single case, the process is digital, but the juridical decisions, especially when it comes to difficult cases, there's still a human oversight. But let's step out of hypocrisy here. When the human judge is invisible, when the working method is not known, doesn't they become a black box themselves? Don't humans become something obscure that makes it impossible to assess only with the motivation that comes after the deep reasoning of why a decision has been made and the tools that have been used to do that? No, apart from all of these doubts of the black box judge, the user satisfaction is of 95% in the UK, and this system is providing very important answers when it comes to efficiency. Let's talk about the myth of Anthropocene. But please keep in mind this clause here, so I'm talking about civil law and of the available rights of civil law when it comes to criminal law. I cannot applaud the clarity of the issues that have been described by Professor Galgani. But attention, so the topic of balance that was mentioned by Professor Galgani is not balanced at all, because it tends towards the efficiency. So in Europe, we hear this mantra of Anthropocene, and this is all very good. But for me, this is just a prayer and nothing more, or a hope, tops. Even when we have the EU recommendation that talks about AI that has to be reliable, recommending that the final choice must be made by men, it is still hoping for something. So we cannot avoid thinking about the lack of balance and the asymmetry between man and machine. And the idea of reserving the final decision to the magistrate, maybe you already heard this, it's as if we were trying to say, okay, so the doctor will sign the ruling and would be able maybe to punch last Mike Tyson during a wrestling meeting. But there's a deep asymmetry here. So there's a huge difficulty in the middle to long term, and the judge will have when dealing with such a powerful tool. So the judge will be less and less trained, because the judge would have stopped writing, would have stopped studying, or it would have slowed down by a lot these activities. So having a machine instead that provides solutions that will seem in the future more and more trustworthy will decrease the skills of the judge. So because in the medium and long term, the judge will no longer have much more room. I would like to draw your attention to the position of the Italian government when it comes to AI that was published in 2024. So apart from the hypocrisy, or rather the hope of Anthropocene, there's a choice that is done which is very, very clear. And it was clear already starting in 2024, because there's already a mention of AI as a tool to improve productivity, to reduce the cost of justice, as a tool to make proceedings faster, and, to paraphrase, to have a spike in GDP. Let's think about how much what does this have to do with the idea of due process? I think that it has a lot to do with that, because the process is different at this point, different what we were thinking, considering what we thought at the beginning. So it becomes something that it's linked to the degree of satisfaction, so the satisfaction of the users. The legislator, a month ago, did the research with 500 magistrates that had to write 50 sentences, so for a total of 25,000 sentences and rulings, with the idea of gaining 41 million of PNRR, so 500 magistrates who do not know the acts, so remotely they will decide over the same disputes. But why? Not to meet the needs of the citizens who wants to have that, but not to lose their money. So we understand how the centrality of man is actually threatened, because the main character in Europe for the civil law is the economic indicator. Let's try to take a look at the future without too many pretenses. So the question would be the following. If, unfortunately, we were to slowly glide towards the substitution of the magistrate, towards the substitution of the judge, apart from having a human judge signing a ruling, this would be negative. So will the due process be impacted in a negative way? We do not know the future, but it depends. That's what I like to say. So I would like to draw my own attention to the values of social consensus, certainty of law, the equity of citizens when it comes to the law. So maybe there's some light and we can follow, even if it's weak. So considering the performance and considering basically the overcoming of the laziness of Italian justice, which is one of the main issues when it comes to the efficiency of the legal protection, we should not forget a data which is actually, which gives us some hope. AI can become a tool that can stabilize the jurisdiction. I would like to think of a tool that can help fluctuation, but in a responsible way, and it can favor the decisions and the predictability of these decisions. How could we not think that thanks to these pillars we might be able to build a more stable architecture to guarantee the effectual equity of citizens towards the law? If AI is used in a rigorous way, which are values that present magistrates should follow, and there's a very important match at play when it comes to governance and when it comes to training and when it comes to governance of the High Council of the Judiciary when it comes to the AI. This will allow a standardization of AI, a consistency of the jurisdiction and of the system of the current law. So the lawyer will no longer have to knock door to door, where a judge in Milan does one thing and then a judge in Milan will do something else, with the idea of the citizen having to be equal when it comes to the law. But there's more to it. This will become a precious tool for the widespread of law. So it would turn from a subject that is available only to a few experts to something that can be understood, in inverted commas, by everybody. So a welcome operation of juridical and legal literacy of the masses. I'm thinking of the English systems, the British systems, that at the first stages they're going in these directions. The legal certainty will become the virtuous fruit of the smart use of the algorithm, not its victim. The interpreter apologizes, but given that the speaker is talking without using headphones, it's very difficult to follow him. So what is the role of social consensus here? How can we define a due process? What is a fair trial? Maybe I'm wrong, but social consensus is an indicator of an idea of a fair justice and good justice. Until the Illuminism, justice was considered as something sacred. It justified itself by being the direct consequence of God, represented by the king, by the monarch. So it was more or less authoritarian. So it has to be that, it couldn't be anything else. So the fair trial, a fair trial it was. Something happened even before Illuminism, but the turning point came at this point, during this period. So Voltaire, Rousseau. So with the French Revolution, everything changed. Justice needed consensus. It needed the participation of the communities, not to be eliminated by the revolution. So it needed a constant operation of evolution, so that it had to gain the consensus of the community gradually. So a legitimate authority should be based upon the social contract, upon consensus, upon the reason, not on something sacred and not on tradition. So it's not enough for the judges to say it is like this, so this should be. So there has to be a sentiment, there has to be a feedback, considering what the High Council of the Judiciary does, considering all of the issues that are there in the Italian civil law. It's a very difficult sentiment. And I feel that the satisfaction index is quite low. No matter the process, no matter the criminal proceeding, it takes really, really long time, and the process has to go through different bodies. So there's a lot of different stages. So this shows you how dysfunctional this is whenever we think about fair trial. So consider the contemporary age, apart from authoritarian context, justice, considering judicial institutions, cannot keep its strength in its consensus. So the people have to feel like they're participating. So they need appreciation of the civil society, and they need legitimacy, because if not, this leads to distrust and the lack of legitimization. So there's a phenomenon that many lawyers are aware of. So the fact that people decide no longer to proceed with civil law because it's so slow and people are so unhappy about the results that basically people decide no longer to proceed with civil proceedings. This is not a fair trial at all, and this is about human justice. So the term of comparison is not about an ideal jurisdiction, it's not about an ideal justice, it's not a dehumanized justice in which basically the algorithm will do whatever it wants. It's the comparison between what absolutely does not work and the hope that something might work. So there is no linear process. We have some contemporary regimes in which justice is still authoritarian. Let's think, for example, autocracies and states are not liberal. And the pretense of consensus is actually the fruit of a very authoritarian regime. And there's a lot of issues in democracies as well. So there's different ideas of justice. So this is a crisis of, so the fear that consensus might only be a facade, and this consensus can be used as a way to mislead. So in this context that I wanted to paint as a little bit more tragic than what it is, we can get to something positive if the justice, so if artificial attraction will be able to ensure the general favor of the citizen, whether true or not, it won't count a lot if the black box is closed or not. We should not forget that the general pragmatism informs the Bohemian society. So what we see in TV makes the New Deal when it's appreciated by statistic appreciation. So if those scale economies cannot be consolidated, it would be fatal, because this effect will lead the regulator to changes in the norms that are consistent with the popular will. So the machine will be bounded to that. So we might be able to correct a few things, but these corrections will not be shared by the general community, considering a context like the one I just described, considering the civil rights. We need to have the possibility to actually contest a decision. If these should be limited for number and quality, this would just validate the quality of the new trend, so the amend justice. In conclusion, so here we have two ways upon us: new efficiency and keeping up with what has been done so far. So AI injustice is there to stay. We should make our peace with that. So the challenge is not avoiding that, but not being passive towards it, and we cannot see it not in a tragic or dystopic way. If it is used properly, without the human contribution, it might make laws better, make justice faster and more efficient and more accessible. And let me repeat, we must consider the fact that the future is not predictable. If we use it in a bad way, without a human oversight, without the civil society oversight that should protect the constitutional values of a person, so the person should be the watchdog of the fair trial, it would lead to unfair trials. So the result would be not too dissimilar from the one of having a personal judge, but it would be less arrogancy and less the prosecutor of standards that are not up to date, because the judge will be at the core of the process of the trial. But as a lion on the throne of the machine, it would not be a main character. It would just be a slow witness of transfer of knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mirenda. And you gave us lots of hints, fruitful thoughts, very quickly, because we are definitely late. Without any doubt, our speakers often mentioned the idea of accountability, which is a key concept, accountability for all the players, the magistrates and the lawyers as well. So if we have to think about accountability, we also have to think about knowledge. If you want to be accountant, you have to know. This is the only way. It's unthinkable for us to be responsible and accountant without knowing. That is why I give the floor to Professor Ziccardi, and I thank him. I thank you for your kind invitation. I really appreciate it. When the friend Benedetta mentioned the quotation of maestros who died, I was thinking about the fact that I work for the Cesare Beccaria department. We often receive parcels. I always am in my office very early in the morning, and the delivery people are very young, and they often shout, Cesare Beccaria, thinking that he is a member of the department, although he died ages ago. So, having said so, I am a member of the bars in Milan, but also I am a member of the bars in Bologna, and I work with the committee for the AI. To me, there are three problems to face: quickness, powerful, and fragility of AI. I'm straightforward. So, speed. I am lucky or not that I started to deal with that when I was young. So I went through all the technologies, internet, the web, the mobile phone, the smartphone, the social media. There was never a technology as powerful as AI, able to change this society. iPhone, for example, it was a huge revolution, but the impact of AI is on a different level. The problem is speed. Since December 2022, spring 2023, we had 1 million users more on a weekly basis, uncomparable to TikTok. So the first question is, what about the basis for lawyers, notaries, legal experts? What was the area where this AI landed? Do we have an accurate study on digitalization of legal profession in Italy? With my students, I submit to them a questionnaire immediately, and results are appalling. If you consider EU data concerning professionists, it's appalling as well. In Europe, 52% of legal professionals, like lawyers, has not the basic digital skills. We are a country where a lawyer sends email. If there is not the secretary, it is not possible to send a PEC mail. The office hires an expert for ransom, and pandemic stopped, frozen everything. I was in Piedmonte, and they sent a dossier with we transferred during the pandemic. So the legal dossier were on the server for 15 days. Today, with Teams, after 5 years from the pandemic, we are still scared about online connections. So were we ready as lawyers, magistrates? Were we ready? No, we were not, because AI is such a sophisticated and complex technical tool that in a basic facility where there is not the technological literacy, there is a problem. But there is an additional problem. I mean, first of all, I want to tell you why it is a problem. IT for legal profession has always been something for experts. In the 90s, I decided to study laws from the IT perspective. We were the ones who played with PCs. Philosophers studied CALS, the philosophers of law. We were using PC. So I was studying legal informatics. And friends asked me to fix their PCs. Now we are in a great demand. I mean, in the past I was sad and talked to my professor, and I said, but probably I'm going to shift to family law. And he told me, wait, because one day everyone will have to know the legal economic informatics. I often go and have a drink with the legal doctors, and usually legal doctors were considered those working with corpses. Now, thanks to TV series, everyone wants to be a legal doctor, and everyone deals with that. The same applies with informatics and IT. So, because of this situation, now we have a powerful technology within a context which is not ready. Second problem, power. AI is very powerful, unprecedentedly. It's easy to be used. It's a chat. $2 billion have been invested in this product. It speaks our language. It speaks any language. It is cheap. It evolves. ChatGPT has already 3 brains. It is reliable. It provides firm answers. It is never tired. So, talking with a colleague from the Florence bar, they told me that there is a judge that works with ChatGPTs with awful results. Sometimes deeds in trials, sentences are drafted and they are completely invented from scratch. Then fragility. We do not understand that this tool is very fragile and very dangerous. Saying that there are hallucinations, mistakes, it is not accurate, well, saying so is not correct. This is the way it works. I mean, it is based upon mathematics. That is its DNA. So say it was wrong. No, it is not. You have to know how it works, and then you can understand how to use it. In USA universities, libraries provide indications to new legal university students. In the States, the president plays a key role. This year, big libraries start to say students not to use AI in law, medicine, and personal savings. So even the idea to forbid, so I do not want to forbid whatsoever, but the idea that these tools are not suitable to our profession unless you don't use it in a specific way, well, this is not a bad idea. USA University's message is don't use it for legal research, don't use it for medicine, don't use it for your personal savings, to have a suggestion. This is very interesting indeed. The idea is that you have to understand that physiologically and from the genetic point of view, AI may be mistaken. We have to identify 4 tools that are important: the search engine, the database, the generative AI, and vertical generative AI tools meant for legal profession. No one of them has to be left out. ChatGPT is not a search engine, it's not a database. So we keep on using search engines because they have a filter. They provide you sites that exist. Probably the content are fake, but the site exists. Then we have a legal database conserving, storing. I mean, they can make this mistake as well. Even legal database can be mistaken. But nevertheless, they are pretty reliable. Then we have a generative AI. I use it often. And we have tools such as Lexstrom, Harvey, Sapienza, trying to combine generative AI with a more monitored field. In addition to that, in Milan, we have lessons on the augmented jurists, not in terms of weight, but in terms of tools such as Second Brain, Obsidian, Notion, allowing having a second brain. Some colleagues have no brain at all, some others have one or two. That means we have to outsource activities meant to save time, to have a more exhaustive map. All these tools have to represent a help, a support in order to change our profession, because otherwise our profession will disappear. Within the commissions I am member of, we were wondering about the impact of AI on our profession. Will it mean a lack of jobs? I mean, AI is not a tool that reduces jobs for a lawyer, a journalist. I mean, they're not all the same. My father is a magistrate. He worked in the criminal department of the Court of Justice in Bologna. He followed wonderful cases. Then he changed his role and he was responsible for injunctions. And he had to go through thousands and thousands of injunctions concerning also order of payments, invoices, amounts, and so on and so forth. So I said, well, let's buy a PC. I mean, my father was focused on an important trial, 100%. Instead, if he had to go through thousands of orders of payments, he was not. So AI will reduce those actions, those activities that are repetitive, routinary. It's a way to save time. Journalists. So 80% of news can be provided by AI easily and even better. But in case of a war correspondent, it is not possible to replace him or her by AI. In Colombia, a magistrate used AI because he had a doubt on an issue concerning a child's health. It was a very delicate decision, and he told the press that he used AI for treatments and so on and so forth. In Colombia, a part of the legal profession said, no, you are a judge because you have intellectual skills, you have empathy. Others said, because the outcome was really appreciated from the legal point of view. A prime minister said that he uses AI to make decisions, and some of the population said, well, we voted for the prime minister, not for AI. But there are some activities that do not require 100% of our brain. A translation can be something sent by courtesy, or it can be the translation of a legal document. The translation of a novel can be for a novel by Joyce, or it can be a translation of a short story that you can make quickly. So, for example, the Court of Florence, do you remember? That was the assistant. That was the assistant's fault. Well, this is a kind of excuse. In my field, we say it's a hacker's fault. It's not my fault, it's a hacker's fault. Once a man went back home finding his wife having sex with someone else. And the question is, who was he? I don't know. He was an hacker. So, in the legal field, we say it's assistant's fault. But you left such a powerful tool like AI in the assistant's hands. So, that means that anything that AI generates is invented, but not all are aware of it. So, making reference to what my colleagues said, it's also a matter of time. We are always rushing. We have no time enough. So, if you have a tool that lets you save hours or days of work, you are really tempted. Or it is a new case that I never dealt with, so I was looking for the answers using ChatGPT. The case of Bianca, two lawyers were condemned because they used ChatGPT. A customer was hit by the hostess trolleys, and he sued the companies, and the lawyer looked through AI looking for examples, but no way, there were other examples, but nothing related to this specific case. So he insisted, and he asked ChatGPT, are you sure? Isn't it possible to find some sentence? And the answer was no. He tried once, twice, three times. If you insist, ChatGPT gives you what you want. And he found three unquestionable sentences, three different airlines companies with three people being injured with different racial origin, an American, an Hispanic person, and so on and so forth. And he said, I have no cases. The AI provides me. So literacy, we have to be trained enough to understand that it is a simulation. I tell my students, ChatGPT doesn't understand what you say, what the response is, because it doesn't get the meaning, and they are deceptive because of that. So you have to understand that it is a simulation, that you have to pay attention to the context, to the words, because AI doesn't pay attention to the meaning. So there will be a national congress on that, and we are going to talk about transparency towards the customers. And this is something mentioned by the Italian law. The debate started in USA, New York. The point is, if AI allows me to write a deed in 5 minutes, while in the past it took me 5 days, what about invoices? Shall I invoice the customer for 5 minutes or 5 days? In New York, they thought about the obligation to transparency and also billing on minutes and not on days. So let's think about the customers. We are obliged to tell that we use AI tools. On legal documents, there are already informative clauses for the customers. So there are options. We have an enlightened customer who says, oh, very good, my lawyer is innovative, I am ready to pay more. Or your customer says, well, if the lawyer used AI, I could do the same job, and he doesn't want to pay the price, the fee. So we all have difficult customers. For example, we have a customer whose cousin in Naples was a lawyer. So there is always someone having a cousin studying law in Naples. Then we had the forum, which is a TV program. Then we have internet. Now in Milan, we have customers who has already a sentence written down by AI. So when you meet the customer to talk about the appeal, your customer attends the meeting having the appeal already written. That's why some lawyers decided not to tell customers that they use AI, although they do. Often they don't tell the customer what kind of tools they use. They do not tell them whether they write deeds directly or not. In Bari, I was told that there is a popular magician, very known, who joined trials and she earns a lot of money. Before any case, there is a lawyer who asks the magicians first, but this is not stated. No one says, well, I refer to the magicians. The same applies to AI. Well, this is a difficult question to be managed. Another important point is that ChatGPT allows it to write easy deeds, some deeds which are not that complex, in a very accurate way. So that involves the sector of consultancies provided by accountants, lawyers not being in the bar. So in the future, we should tackle with the possibility to provide not legal consultancies. Then I also think that AI can be creative. Italian law seems to want to make a watershed between AI as a tool, but lawyers and magistrates must give priority to brain. If you make a brainstorming with ChatGPT, if you ask for a translation, there is an intellectual contribution by AI. In my view, this watershed doesn't exist anymore. And so considering it as a mere tool is very, very complex. In conclusion, we carried out a literacy activity. EU regulation, for the first time in Article 4, stated literacy must be mandatory. Literacy is a word that implies having a culture. I mean, in Italian, it's more related to teaching. But, I mean, we can't think that everything works without training, without being trained, without literacy. People have to be trained on the working of that. Once being trained, these tools can be considered as a second brain, and that is a support to the profession. If our profession is in crisis, this is not due to AI. So we have to use it as a tool to refresh our profession. Otherwise, it is a tool we do not want to understand, and in that case, it will be just a pointless source of trouble. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank the speakers. And I got an idea. I'm looking at Francesco to see whether he can agree with that or not. But I got an idea. I would like, with the bar associations of Trento and Verona, together with which we organized this conference and we cooperated with, and we organized this conference last year in Trento, this year in Lucca, and next year in Verona. So we might build a network that our professionals can use to learn about this thing, this topic of digital literacy. So we can maybe propose this idea to the Bar Association of Tuscany and the Bar Association of Florence as well. So we might think about it. It's just an idea, of course, and then we'll talk about it and we'll work a little bit more on that. But I think that would be fundamental, because I do believe as well that we should know. So we have been in a predicament as lawyers for many, many years now. So there's a decrease in the numbers of lawyers. There's a few of lawyers who are actually active in the profession. This is a fundamental role in 2024. Lucca had 1,200 members. So only 14 people actually took the exam. Pisa has more subscribers, because we're talking about over 1,500. Basically, in 2024, there were just 8 who took the exam. So as you can understand, the crisis is a very deep one. So we should do something upon this as well. I would like to thank the speakers. Please pay attention for a few more minutes, because if I'm not mistaken, right, Francesco? Professor Roberto Battiston is connected and he will do a lectio magistralis. So he's a professor of experimental physics at the University of Trento. I hope that he can hear me. So I would say that at this point, we can give the floor to Professor. Thank you. And thank you for having me. You are probably asking yourself, what do I have to say about this in such a context? So I hope that you'll find out in a few seconds, but I just wanted to say that I learned a lot just by listening to this last session, during which you discussed in quite an efficient way about many, many aspects about your own profession, about a topic that, as we all know, it actually has an impact on a lot of different roles. I'll now share my screen. I hope that you can see it. I hope that you can see my slides. Please let me know whether you can see it or not. So I'd just like to basically touch upon many of the things that has been said so far. In particular, what has been said by the last speaker, who mentioned many of the topics that deal with literacy, or even better, the understanding on what's behind this tool that is so powerful. So today I will tell you a little bit about how ChatGPT works. So to let you know about many of the things that have been already been said, with some examples that maybe are a little bit more easy to understand. Now, the topic is not only about the lawyers. Okay, let me quote Pope Francis. So more than a year ago, he created the first day dedicated to peace, to generative AI, because he saw prophetically that something important was at play, and that it required urgent answers that would have a consequence on the medium to long term, an impact on people's life, on society, on roles, and on the international peace. So the topic would be, how can we provide an answer to such urgent questions? So some of the questions were already made by you, but the question is, how can we act in a responsible way, respecting fundamental human values that are one of the main features of our society, our democracies? So things are relevant. So the first term is to try to find some point of reference considering the digital world, the world of artificial intelligence. So people have been talking about this for over 60 years now. We didn't really understand why up to a few years ago, because if I tell you about expert systems, about database, Excel, so we're used to use expert system to do very specific things. For us, there's no problem at all in using, for example, the autocorrection on Word. But if we talk about more complex systems, like, for example, deep learning, I'll not dive into the details here, but we're talking about models that are even more sophisticated. So about an implemented experience that is coded within different codes. So we are used to all of this. We're almost not even aware of what's happening. So the huge difference was represented by a generative AI. So just to give you some examples, ChatGPT, Gemini. So it answers to your questions and it looks a lot like a human answer. So this for us is shocking. So it's the illusion that is the core of a cognitive issue that might lead us to think in a wrong way. So if we don't really understand what this leads us to. So let me give an example of what a neural network is. There's a lot of conversation about it. Let's think of our brain, for example. Let's take a look at this example, which is the easiest I could think of. So let's say that you want to associate to any of the colors that you might see the concept. Is it light or is it dark? So if I show you a color, you can say, okay, this is a dark color, this is a light color. But I want a machine to do this, right? So we have to take the three fundamental colors, so red, green, and blue, which are called variables x1, x2, and x3.
That will be expressed in RGB values. Impact layer. Think of it as a single pixel in an image.
So what is done is that we take the coded values of red, green, and blue, and we do a very simple function. We just add it up and we put it in the middle circle, and the same is done with the other weights, starting from green and starting from blue. So there's 9 numbers. And then we do another combination of these results, and we come up with a longer equation with additional variables, so that with the weighted weights of the past components, at this point we get a number. So we ask the machine to learn this number. So we ask the machine to learn that out of 100,000 millions examples, this is light, this is dark, and so on and so forth. And every machine will redefine the weights to try to meet the input that says what is light and what is dark. So we have the system of 12 weights that is then regulated so that we can actually tell which color is light and which color is dark. So it looks easy enough. But in 2024, Hinton and Hopfield were awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics in 2024. So an informatic with a background in physics, and then another one also had a background in physics. And they basically theorized how, with relatively easy equations, so simple is the core idea here, not the complexity. So with simple systems, it is possible to create mechanisms thanks to which an algorithm can learn that one thing is light or dark, or it can learn many, many other things of the data of the systems that are being analyzed and assessed. Now, delving a little bit into the detail now, considering how we can answer to the questions that we asked ourselves, respecting justice and equity criteria and truth criteria as well, maybe we can see into the detail what happens behind the curtains of this ChatGPT. So then we'll see at the meaning of the acronym. So ChatGPT, the intelligence of a rack. So you might be surprised, but this can be a smart object. It looks like a piece of wood, right? But it's built by a craftsman that knows, for example, the measure of the nails, of the rake itself, and it's used by a different kind of intelligence. So the farmer has to use the rake on their field. Why don't you try yourself to use a rake with the leaves? So you will go crazy. So this is the same example. So the rake by itself is not a smart object. If you just hang it, well, it has no use at all and it's not smart. But if it is used by a smart being, by an intelligent being, so like for example a farmer, it becomes a connection between two different kinds of intelligences. Let's see how we can better understand this concept. So we said many times, data, data, data. Data are the things thanks to which ChatGPT can work. Fine, but where are the data? Data are the ones that are in the web. So what can we find on the web? Sentences. So for example, pictures and sounds. So let's start from sentences that are composed out of letters. So within every letter of the Italian alphabet, because we are working in Italian, right? But this can be done with any language, which is the probability of finding in the web. So we ask for the machine to create a string that is calculated on the probability that the different letters can appear. So the highest probable letter would be the E. And then we have the consonants and we have all of the other letters. If I ask the machine to just come up with 100 letters, it will produce this sentence here with this string here. So let's take the same word, right? And let's try to add punctuation, considering the probabilities of the different punctuation signs to appear. So I asked the machine learning to use the same letters, but I added, for example, a few commas, a few accents, and we can try to pronunciate this at least. So this sentence has no meaning at all, but at least I can actually pronounce the different letters and the syllables, sort of, even these, if these are not syllables. If we take into account the Italian alphabet with its 24 letters, we can come up with a tab like this. So of the joining, so how much a letter is found in pairs with another letter. So in Italian, considering the Italian words that have a meaning in Italian, and we can see that they do not have the same probabilities. So there's different examples. So if you take a look at different columns and rows, but let's take into account Q and U. In the sequence Q, U, we get, for example, to quadro in Italian, quando, and it's this black dot here. So another combination can never be found, right? And in fact, within the first red circle on the left, there's an empty space. So this is the print of the letters, because we can see the different connections with the different letters. So at this point, we can ask the machine to use this kind of rule to create a rule with every single letter, and we get something like this. So instead, the rain, but there is, but why among the stars? Oh, that's so nice. With a very few steps, we built some sentences. How is this possible? In the web, there's no sentences without a grammatical meaning, so there is no crazy monkey just typing crazy things. So in the web, there's sentences with a meaning. These sentences follow certain rules when it comes, for example, to punctuation, to the letters that can go together. So these are statistical rules, and by following these rules, we can get sentences which have a meaning without any specific connection. I don't know if did you understand where the point I want to get at? Let's do the same with couples of words. And this led to the creation of generative AI. Of course, it's a little bit more complicated. We know, for example, that the Crusca, so the Italian Academy for the Italian Language, has 150,000 words. So on average, Italians can master 15,000 words, depending on the role, depending on the career. So we can combine, let's say, 15,000 words together or 10,000 words together. So, thanks to the analysis of the web, in which we try, for example, dog and owner, how many times can we find these two words together, like dog, or for example, how often do I find a combination of words, the dog? So we have pages and pages of web, so without understanding anything at all. We can get a mechanism of separations and closeness among different weights, close and far, trustworthy and not trustworthy, good and bad, so that every single word can be positioned within this very difficult network of relation. So new concepts are introduced. So this prepares the embedding. So the word is no longer a single word. These are complex relations that can be used to calculate the probabilities. Then we have the transforming. So ChatGPT, so T stands for transforming. So the first stage is actually upturned into the second and third stage. So we do not talk about different topics randomly. So we want to talk about recipes, we keep on talking about recipes, and we move following a specific reasoning without, not randomly. So these algorithms are quite simple. So let's talk about G is for generation, so T is transformation, and the P stands for pre-trained, because all of these weights and these probabilities are calculated before we give the algorithm to the user, with processes are handled that handle thousands of sentences, relations. So we have this complex system of figures. At that point, as a user, if I ask, tell me about the morning, the machine, we get this sentence. So by the morning, he wakes up early, he opens the windows and he looks outside. So it looks like a journal of a person waking up early by the morning, drinking a coffee, and getting out of their home and taking a walk around the city. Question: where is the intelligence behind this mechanism? Where does it lay? So this algorithm is not intelligent. This is pretty banal. So the intelligence lays in the database that we as human beings, we produced in the web over the last years. And it's the user who asks questions and answers in a reasonable way and provides outputs. It's like the rake. So the machine is like a rake. It took this data, so it organized those, and then following the request of the human user, we have pre-existing pieces of sentences that the algorithm found on the web are used to create a sentence that has an actual meaning, as if it were answering for the first time. And quite often, the machine answers in a different way, so that we have different answers and different shapes of the answer. But this isn't enough to understand how human the machine and the ChatGPT rake is. So the efficiency is in the picture that it gives of ourselves. Consider the contribution that we put into the web, so the ethics of ChatGPT. So you saw the ChatGPT, Chat.5. So of course they were there. So OpenAI has been working upon this algorithm for many, many years, but it didn't make any sense because they were jumping from one sentence to the other as if they were completely crazy. So I started talking about a recipe, and then the second sentence might have been about illegal stuff or pornography, how to build an atomic bomb to destroy the world, and there was no limit whatsoever. How was the ethical limit put into place? Because we have the big tech companies behind this, because they want to provide us this tool so that it can actually penetrate into the economy. So the American and global economy as well. So they had to limit it. So they did it without thinking of morale at all. So you want to know what they did? So basically, they hired Meta and they asked to clean this algorithm. How? Providing hundred thousands of pages of the dark web to programmers in poor countries in India and Pakistan to clean contexts that were not acceptable. As you may know, legalization, pornography, so all of the most extreme things. And these people who are paid $1 per hour, so for documents that are very precise, so they read and they said yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. And thanks to their work, thanks to their effort, ChatGPT 0.5 is acceptable for companies, for families, for public administrations. At this point, we are asking this machine, we ask any kind of question and we get the answer. Albert Einstein, where was he born? So, and we get pages and pages of different informations. So, if we understood that this is about our data, our ethics, that is actually implemented in a probabilistic algorithm, is a rake, is an object, we took a step forward to demystify the artificial intelligence. Earlier, I heard somebody saying that we have human reasoning and machine reasoning. No, there's machine reasoning, and then we have the artificialization of the human reasoning, because if we give ChatGPT meaningless sentences, it would answer with meaningless sentences. But we, as human beings, we need sentences with meaning, and ChatGPT learned to use only sentences with meaning. But rationally, the reasoning that ChatGPT does is due to us. I do not want to take up too much time because we're quite late. Let me talk about the issue of data. So if we provide this machine with data, this machine needs to other data. And if this data were produced by other machines like an input, take a look at what happens. On the left, we have millions of pictures of actual elephants, okay, pictures that were taken in the actual savannah by actual photographers, human photographers. So the machines will be trained to recognize the elephant, right? And then we ask this machine to create other elephants on the right. Can you tell the difference? So on the left, you have reality, and then on the right, you have the machine. So on the left, we have 1 to 2 elephants. Instead, on the right, we find an elephant that has been simplified by this process of analysis of the picture. If we then have the really bad idea of taking the machine, so the progress of the rights, and telling it, look, create something that I can give to another machine, just like as you are, the second machine, in the same way, will create a more standardized elephant, an easier elephant, so reality will be cut out of it. So it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea to give too much space to the products of artificial intelligence to train other algorithms and generative AIs. Let me give you an example. So we were reminded of the power of this kind of tools many, many times over. Let's think of a specific case, programming, right? And then you talked, for example, about the jurisdictional aspect of it. Like, for example, Python is a very powerful tool. It's a programming language, it's a coding language, thanks to which millions of programmers write code. So it's ideal to test ChatGPT. From one day to the next, I became basically good Python programmer. The other day, I wanted to create something that could fluctuate from one side to the other. I wrote an Italian page. I wrote in Italian input with all of the instructions, with all of the characteristics. I tasted it on ChatGPT 4. In a few seconds, it spit out a code that I can interpret. But thanks to this code, I can see an actual chart with the vectors. It took me 3 minutes. So it would have taken me to solve this. It would have taken me days, weeks. I would have made a lot of mistakes. Instead, it just took me a few seconds without knowing how to program, how to code. So what are the consequences of all of this? Consider your role, for example. Some of you maybe might remember that we were taught how to do this calculation here. So maybe you still remember it. I forgot, but I learned how to do it. I relearned how to do it by hand. Nobody knows how to do it, but it's not an issue. It's not an issue anymore, because we can just use a calculator, right? So nobody can calculate a square root any longer. So this is some sort of complex square foot done by hand. So we no longer have to take up all these times to learn the code. We do not have to precise. We do not have to find the mistakes, because this is the job that millions of programmers did over the last years. We need to be able to know what we want. We have to be able to verify the output. We have to give the instructions, and we just have to know how to use the product. There's a similar issue when it comes to the legal field. The important thing is that there's a person. The person who's the leader has to know what to ask and where to find the inconsistency, the mistake, to correct it, to make it right, and to keep moving forward, knowing with the absolute certainty that the result of what they did is correct. So this is a historical moment. A lot is changing right now, because with programmation we programmed a lot, but we took a lot of repetitive actions so that we can keep on going, because this machine, thanks to our own experience, can allow us to do that. But there's some roles, some skills, professionality, so the ability of critical thinking, that it's now more important, and we must take care of this. And this must be taught, and we must train people to be able to do this. So the final goal is that ChatGPT should be an assistant to the talent that is already there. It should never take the place of the talent, because ChatGPT redistributes knowledge allowed to reach. So it should help us to do more. And we cannot leave it by itself, because it would be as if we were trusting our job to a stranger. So I wanted to raise a few issues that I think are important for this context. So to show you how what happened over these last years basically got out of hands of the societies who felt the pressure of the few companies who basically have the whole control of AI. So the question is, this data we can find on the web, who do they belong to? First answer might be they belong to us. But as you know, well, this is the property of nobody, really. This is a picture, I don't know if you remember the legal proceeding between the New York Times and OpenAI, Microsoft. So the issue is that according to the assessments of the experts of the New York Times, OpenAI was basically using the online versions of their articles to train the machine. So this picture was designed by AI, because I think that is quite significant. I was like, can you tell me with a picture what is happening? So this happened a year ago. What is happening between New York Times and Microsoft? So look what it understood about the debate. So the entire audience is made out of people. Here, there's just a few mistakes, so there's one person sitting on top of somebody else. But this is not the matter at hand here. So the judge is still human. So the public prosecution, so still we're seeing people, right? So the parties are people, but then all of the other, not people, but the other things seated at this table are machines, apart from the witnesses. So this is the information that basically the picture that ChatGPT gave of a debate at hand, and I thought that this is quite, telling example. Technically speaking, if you take a look at the 69 pages of this document here, which is public, so which are the points raised by the New York Times? When with some techniques you ask very specific questions to ChatGPT, ChatGPT provides some very detailed answers in red, which basically are copied by huge chunks of articles by the New York Times. Okay, so basically I can read the New York Times on ChatGPT without paying the subscription to New York Times. Then where did I get the data to train the AI? So the first three websites that the ChatGPT uses are American patents, because the language of patents is very specific, it's very formal, it's very precise, it's free. So with the American taxpayers, they created these patents. According to Wikipedia, that has a voluntary base, is auto-financed, the quality of the content is quite good. And then we have, at a fourth place in the ranking, we have the New York Times with professionals. So they work day and night and they come up with articles. So the first three websites were free, right? The first three websites used by AI, because these websites are paid by other. But the fourth, the fifth, then we have the Los Angeles Times, the Guardian. So all of the other newspapers are paid by the subscriptions. So know that the data have been collected were basically stolen, right? And used by OpenAI, so that in the first months of 2022, 2023, ChatGPT 0.5 was trained upon these sources. The implications are huge. So these machines approximate. So sometimes they say that the same time said some things that the New York Times didn't say, and sometimes they omit information. So considering the reputation of the New York Times is basically damaged by this. So when it comes to the belonging of the data, the intellectual property of AI and the data, so basically we almost forgot these topics because of the speed of these tools. And at the end, there's a lot of legal proceedings. So millions of dollars are at stake here. But anything is solved without having public debate involved. Everything was solved quite quickly. And the stakeholders with the stronger contractual power were basically paid off. So this is something that the public community is not aware of. They also took their inspiration from the moms of the world. So basically, they found answers to the questions that they were asked on this blog on ChatGPT. So this is a legal proceeding that is still ongoing. Then there's hundreds of bills on the Congress of what to do and what not to do. Many legal proceedings are currently open in Italy and in the EU, because in the US, basically this question is linked to the actual economics. For us, it's mainly about the principles still. Let's move towards the conclusion. So as you know, the world is moving in a different way to face the issue of AI. So the US is market-centric. So we have these big stakeholders. It's supported by the US government, but not only with Trump. So it was supported by Biden. It was supported by Obama, because all of the big companies, the big AI companies are there. So all of the economic aspects, the revenues, so in the influence that they have on the rest of the world. So everything starts from there. Then there's other systems, like for example in China, everything is state-centric. So it's data rich. So it's ideologic. So China is free when it comes to certain fields, but on some other fields, try to ask questions about Tiananmen. Try to ask questions on Tiananmen to DeepSeek, which is the Chinese version of OpenAI, and it would lie to you. So there's a huge competition, but there's ethical and democratic limits that are quite different. And then there's Europe. There's no industries and no big companies. We're always one step behind when it comes to technology, and we have to rule, we have to provide regulations, which is very important, at a very high level, playing on the fact that if these rules are not accepted, at least for Europe, at least in Europe, some aspects that were already used during my speech, were already mentioned in my speech, will be denied. So there's a very difficult game at stake in which we play in defense. We do not produce AI, we regulate AI, and we try to impose and to force this regulation outside as well. So what's happening, it's very complex, and I'll not mention India and other contexts. And I believe that Europe cannot keep moving forward without having some champions that can get out of these limits. It can actually produce something not only by a regulatory point of view, how this thing should be made. So I'll stop here because I think that we're quite late at this point. I'll just talk about the ethics that I started from. So inclusivity, transparency, security, equity, reliability, privacy. So these are very broad and important topics. For example, Professor Galgani talked about facial recognition, and there's a lot of different topics. But I'm sure that we should stress the fact that in order to talk properly about these topics, it's very important to start off in the right way. We need to understand that what we are facing is something that has its own conscience, something that can it take our place? No. With this kind of technology, the answer is no. No matter what people will want us to believe, or it's just a very powerful rake that has to be used, such as that. And if I use it, grabbing it firmly and taking a look at what I'm raking, it can be quite useful in a lot of fields, and it can provide benefits and not only damages, and it's quite significant. So the future lays before us. It's a future that might have been designed by Orwell, or it's a future in which we will only do interesting things, or mainly interesting things, thinking of the common good, of the climate, and of living better, leading better lives, doing most interesting things, most creative things. It's up to us. It's a very difficult battle. It's an unbalanced battle because we understand how the economic and industrial interest and the American one is having an impact on these decisions. But if we start off with on the right track, we can set the direction in different fields, including role, profession. Your debate has been really interesting, so we can go in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for his lecture, which has been very clear and interesting. Despite the complex and innovative topics it dealt with, clarity is essential to us, and we all need it. If there are no remarks, if there are no questions, I think that we can close here this Congress, and I'm very happy with it. I'm very satisfied because sometimes even chairmen of associations are satisfied, and I'm very happy and satisfied to chair my association because I think that the bar in Lucca, through this event, the way it has been organized, proved that the bar is at the height of its tasks, which is also to train lawyers, to train legal experts, because today, more than ever, lawyers have to take key social responsibilities and will do so, no doubt. So I think that in the future, we will always have to, as lawyers, as citizens, as experts, we will have to be responsible. Thank you. Goodbye.
if I could have 1 second of your time at the end, I would like to thank, obviously, the host of the conference, Flaviano, on your hands. On behalf of the FB, I'd like to thank for organizing such a great event, but I would like to mention by name 3 organizers and actually the people who invented the idea of the conference: Francesco Tregnaghi, Francesco Spina, and Flavia Betti Tonini. Shout out for them.